end of day 2, currently by the elite males, Cedric Lepoint is in first place. For the elite females, it's Alice Mill, and for the teams, it's Bear Bells Prepared. If you want to find out more, please go to our website for the leaderboard, and we look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow here for day 3.
I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
All lane can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone.
Awesome song here, DJ. Let's get the teams in to the building right now. Event 6 for the teams.
All right, folks, welcome to the final day of the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. We're about to kick off event 6 for the teams. 4 rounds for time, 50 GHD sit-ups, 10-meter handstand walk, 50 pistols alternating. Going to be done in a relay, male-female, male-female. I am Armin Hammer. Today we're going to be, we're going to be seeing some real fitness here. So in this heat, the 6th event of the teams, they only have 2 events left today. We have a handful of teams to take a look at here. In lane number 2, we got Pump Bar International. Lane number 3, CrossFit Weston Wind. Lane number 4, Team Norse. Lane number 5, the Box Hub and Compex. Lane number 6, Team Butcher's Lab. Lane number 7, Team Kempen. Lane number 8, The Brutes. And lane number 9, Team Vondel Gym Rebels. Either way, folks, we're going to be seeing some real action today. So this workout, it's 4 rounds for time, 50 GHD sit-ups, 10-meter handstand walk, 50 pistols alternating. Each individual member of the team is going to be responsible for one of those rounds. They're going to be doing an alternating gender relay. So one of the male competitors is going to begin, and then it's going to tap off to a female competitor, and then it's going to go back to the second male competitor, and finally finish off with the final female competitor. This is a workout that's going to push the teams individually. There's a 16-minute time cap here. This is absolutely one of the ways that you want to test teams like this. You want to see each individual do the fittest thing they possibly can. And also, maybe they need to do some strategy on, who goes where and which order. So we're kicking it off here, starting with 50 GHD sit-ups. And, man, we're already seeing some pretty quick paces on these GHD sit-ups. I'm not sure there's a reason to go slowly here, mainly because of the fact that you're only responsible for 50 GHD sit-ups, a 10-meter handstand walk, and 50 pistols. Pistols are going to slow people down unless they already have a very quick turnover. Handstand walk, especially just 10 meters, you kind of either have it or don't have it. And the GHD sit-ups end up being a situation where it might seem like a trap, but every one of these athletes is pretty high level. Doing 50 GHD sit-ups in a single set is going to tax them, but probably not absolutely crush them. So what I would want to see here is, athletes kind of pushing the pace on those GHD sit-ups, putting themselves in a position to succeed by, moving through this, which is absolutely going to be like the biggest chunk of this workout, quickly and efficiently, using their legs and their quads and their hip flexors to pull themselves up out of the bottom of that range of motion instead of just relying on, their abs. What you want to see is a little bit of a bent knee at the bottom and then just pop and lock that knee to get yourself up there. So we got our first athlete popping off into the handstand walk just after the 90-second mark. Second athlete also. Oh, yes. Here we go. The teams are getting after it and starting those pistols. What you're looking for in the pistols here, like, the prime example of a very, very good pistoler would be Matt Fraser. Legs out straight in front of him, and he just bing, 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 gets up and down very, very efficiently. The last thing you want to see is an athlete who is sort of required to grab one foot before they're even able to descend into the other, into their pistol. That slows you down. If you have to like stop, pick up your foot, grab it with your hand, that's going to slow you down a ton. You don't want to see an athlete that has to take a lot of time at the top before just switching over. You generally just want to see him spend the least amount of time on two legs possible. You're only accumulating reps when your weight is shifted to one side or the other, so spending time with both legs on the ground is actually going to be detrimental. You want to minimize that as much as possible. And then when you have that down for athletes at this level, I mean, at that point, what you're really looking for is, trying to descend and ascend as quickly as possible. So they're about 3 minutes in here, just over 3 minutes in. There's a 16-minute time cap for this workout, which means that, you're hoping that your athletes are going to have 4 minutes each on average. That includes the adjustment for the GHDs. The teams that don't have to adjust are going to be in a slightly better position because they don't have to spend that extra couple seconds in each transition. But looks like we've got, let's see, which lanes is that? One. Let's.
That the next female athlete is able to begin her work.
So it looked like the lead was the Brutes in lane 8. They're the second from the bottom. So the second closest lane. But it's kind of hard to tell.
And again, for the ladies, we're bringing out those risers, those little mats next to the GHDs.
The male competitors were coming off of the GHD, the fastest male competitors, somewhere around the 90-second mark. I don't think that's going to be happening for many of the women. I think we're going to see some of them come close to that, but most of them are going to be probably somewhere between 90 seconds and 2 minutes.
They just want to get through them in maybe one big set, or maybe just split it in two with a quick rest in between.
All right there, we're looking at CrossFit Western Wind in that pale blue tank top.
For this caliber of an athlete.
We're working towards and up to the 16-minute mark. So it seems like it's a longer event.
Hand up in the air.
Actually here for event 6, it's more of an individual
And a couple athletes neck and neck here. That's Team Kempen and the Brutes neck and neck into the handstand walks. Team Kempen taking a lead. Wow, she is fast on her hands. She's just getting after it.
Female athlete from Team Kempen sprinting on her hands and
Quick transition from one movement to the next. The thing about pistols is it's not really a cardio movement. It's something that's gonna, it'll make it harder for you to catch your breath, but there's a limit to how quick you can move through your pistols. So if you can get to the pistols very quickly and keep a decent pace, then you're actually in a really solid position, because the pistols are just gonna kind of tax your quads and your glutes, not necessarily tax your heart rate. So you can bank on getting your heart rate higher during the GHD sit-ups and handstand walk. And it looks like the athlete from Brutes is still on the floor doing your handstand walks there in the orange shorts. Hasn't quite made that 10-meter mark, and she was tied coming off of the GHD. There we go. That's rough. I mean, if you just push a little bit too hard on the GHD, if you're just a little inefficient on using your legs to get yourself up out of the bottom position instead of just relying exclusively on your core, it can really take a toll on you. And my guess is it tired out something around her trunk, which made those handstand walks way harder than they needed to be, because she looked very confident getting upside down for her first attempt at that. Hand in the air for Team Kempen. Looks like she's the first one across. Kempen sends their third athlete out onto the GHDs.
Also on those pistols, the free legs or the leg that is not on the ground cannot touch the ground throughout that rep. And if an athlete happens to miss a rep, they get a no rep on one leg.
Got a few teams already getting onto their third athlete.
Rep again before they can move on to the next leg again.
CrossFit Weston win,
which is their second male athlete.
Off the baton to their second male athlete. Again, this event running in a male-female relay pattern. And it's more of a metaphorical baton. It's not a physical baton, actually.
We're just 7.5 minutes into this.
The ladies from the Brutes, Pump Bar International.
Out of a 16-minute time cap.
Finishing up their pistol squats.
For this event, this doesn't necessarily require a lot of strategy. Each individual just has to get through their portion as quickly.
Ooh, she looked like she was struggling. Looked like that one hurt. So we got to keep our eyes, hands up in the air for our leaders. My initial thought here, the first people that came onto the GHD were Kempen in lane 7. That is the shirtless guy with his neon green Nikes right there.
We see the boys from Team Vondelgem in the mustard yellow and in the
But right next to him in the Brutes, the orange shorts, he is a very, very quick turnover. He is spending no time, and he is racking up those reps. There we go, hand in the air for Kempen. But he's slowing down, and he's really relying on his core instead of using his quads and his hip flexors. So it might hurt him a little bit there. And that's CrossFit Weston Wind. Also hand up in the air. Got a hand up in the air for the Box Hub.
Here at the Omnisport Arena, and now finish up the weekend with 2 more events.
And there's the athlete from Team Kempen leading the way. First to his pistols. Very impressive. Wow, look at that. The Brutes making up all that distance and now in second place going into this final men's relay portion. I mean, they had a hard time on their first female with her handstand walks, but he was able to make up that difference and get to the pistols second.
And there come the male athletes from Pump Bar International.
Ooh, a costly failed handstand walk attempt out of looked like CrossFit Weston Wind there. Vondelgem in the gold shirts closest to the camera, starting their pistols.
And especially with these teams, since they're only doing 1 round, it's just all about getting.
Doesn't look like any of these athletes are really knocking it out of the park when it comes to their turnover and their speed on these reps. But we got to keep our eyes mainly on Kempen and the Brutes. The Brutes in the orange shorts and knee sleeves. Kempen in the highlighter colored Nikes and no shirt right there in the black shorts.
Same number of repetitions. However, now for the teams, each teammate only needing to complete 1 round.
And there's our first athlete actually finishing up.
First team to pass off to their female athlete, the Box Hub.
There's the Brutes also finishing up, sending their last athlete into the relay. Kempen finishing up, sending their last athlete into the relay. Man, there's some real turnaround here.
In the red and black.
Big competition. See, there we go. That's spending a lot of time, spending too much time getting the setup on your GHD is it's just going to eat into any sort of lead or really just add work on your end to try and get yourself back into the game if you're behind.
We have Team Kempen and the Brutes.
Weston Wind sending their final athlete into the relay. 50 GHD sit-ups, 10-meter handstand walk, 50 pistols.
So again, if we take a little bit of a deeper dive into these movement and this movement combination for this event, again, we're seeing those complementary movement patterns here as this workout has been designed so that the GHD is more of anterior side, so the front side of the body, the quads and the midline. The pistols require more of that posterior side of the body, and then basically going overhead, just inverted on that handstand.
This is the first of 2 scored events on this final day of competition for the teams.
Balanced event here when it comes to the movements.
And starting off with a sprint
Don't always need big
and
barbells
something that just
big weights.
ruins your trunk as well as your quads and your
These
glutes.
athletes basically moving their body
It's pretty
weight
savage. Yeah, it's pretty savage.
through all 3 of these movements.
Hand up in the air for
Is
the Brutes.
And
Looks like she's going to be the first athlete to head off of that GHD.
now still in the mix, Team Kempen, but off the
Composing
GHD
herself for a
first
second
to
and then
hit the
flipping
ground.
upside
It's the
down.
Brutes. Ooh, and
Let's
the
see if she's got that
Box
handstand
Complex
walk.
team called back for a no rep, allowing the Brutes. You can see their
All right,
final
she's going to be
female
breaking it up
athlete
into
there, the
chunks.
Tigers
I don't know if that
red
strategy is going to
shorts.
pay off.
First to strike on the handstand walk. She's having to break up her 10
Wow.
meters into 2-meter
Athlete in the
increments.
white
They're
shirt
allowing in the
and the
white
black
t-shirt,
shorts
top
just
left corner, your
crushed it
female
right there.
athlete from the Box Hub and Complex team to now pull back into first place.
Looks like that's our athlete from the Box Hub.
The Box Hub and Complex team.
Got our athlete from the
representing
Brutes
Italy
hanging
and
out, getting
Spain.
out into her pistols.
And it's a fight to stay
Team
inverted.
Kempen's
She's
final
working
athlete
both
getting
hands
into the
over
pistols as
red
well.
line. Female athletes from Team Kempen there in the
13:30
light
down,
green shorts.
2.5 minutes to
Female
go,
athlete from the Box Hub
16-minute
and
time
Complex
cap.
team in the white t-shirt. She was the first to strike on the pistol squats. She's able to hold off the Brutes there in the red shorts and Team Kempen there in the light green shorts and gray top. Those are your 1, 2, and 3 teams here on the last leg of event 6.
Still got a few athletes on their GHD sit-ups there with just under 2 minutes remaining until the time cap.
Team Kempen there,
Athlete from Vondel Gym.
the Brutes in the red. Last 5 reps.
And there it is, Box Hub and Complex team in lane 5, finishing strong unofficial time, 14:26. Brutes coming in strong, unofficial 14:33. These relay events are really interesting because you have to ask yourself, do we place our strongest athletes first or do we place our strongest athletes last? You know, it really is a tough question. With 1 minute remaining here, I think most of these teams probably made the right decision in terms of how they organized the order of operations for their relay. The last thing you want is to start off with an athlete that you're not confident is going to be able to finish it. If it's on the fence and they're just maybe a little bit slower, you can start off with them and put yourself in a position to have your best athletes finish off very strong. But that said, usually if there's a disparity, it's not just a small disparity. There's going to be some sort of wide gap, especially in a qualifier setting like this. We're not talking about games caliber teams just yet. Games caliber teams, it's going to be much more homogenous between the team members. Teams like this that are still developing, you're looking at having athletes that are going to have some sort of disparity from the top athletes to the lower level athletes on the team. So there's our 16-minute cap. Looked like we had a few teams that finished up. Leading our charge was the Box Hub and Complex in first place, finishing off in this heat. The Brutes also finishing just behind them. That was good. That was a good workout. It's a good way to start the day. Good way to put themselves in a position to capitalize going into the final workout of the day. And I'm sure these athletes are going to want to maybe drink a little bit of water and catch their breath. Maybe get a rub down on their lower backs and abs before they have to get into their final workouts of the day.
And right here we're seeing these teams take on this team event number 6, the first heat. Relay style, 50 GHD sit-ups, 10-meter handstand walk, 50 pistols. Release the next athlete. All 4 athletes go through. Male, female, male, female. And it was the Box Hub and Compex team that took this heat number 1 and set a new time to beat at 14 minutes and 25 seconds. And the Brutes took home second place in the heat. So 14 minutes, 25 seconds unofficially the time to beat. And the time the next
Heat 1 is done for team event number 6 I'm chasing with Bill Grundler, as Heat 2 is getting set to go for the final day of competition of the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown, and Barbells Prepared is running away with this competition with 490 points.
Dude, it's an absolute onslaught. I mean, look, just crushing the field. I mean, we have that big of a cushion going into the second day. Now it's just time to like smile on every single event and just see how big of a lead you can continue going, because I just don't think anyone else has a shot.
It's been 5 scored events, so with 490 points, that means they've gotten at least a first in every event and maybe a third.
Yeah, maybe.
So it looks like
Oh man, yeah, that
event number 6. It's a relay style event, so they're going to alternate male, female, male, female. They'll be doing 50 GHD sit-ups, a 10-meter handstand walk, and then 50 alternating pistols. And we talked earlier in some of the other events how we like to see not a dictated rep scheme in terms of collective reps to do, and that lets the team strategize. This is an event that I like, relay style, that showcases your collective individuals on a relay.
Yeah, that's right, because everyone's going to have to do the same amount of work. So if you have a weak link somewhere, guess what? It's going to be shown out there on the floor all by themselves, and everyone's going to be able to watch. And of course, that puts, and I don't say that for the teams and the fans necessarily. That puts pressure on members in the team, because if you know that someone has a deficit, something like maybe they just don't have the mobility for pistols, or maybe they just really don't have that ability to go fast with pistols or GHD sit-ups. They already know that. So there's a lot of like, oh man, I don't want to bring everyone down. It goes into this. So this is a very tough position for teams. Now, if you have everyone that's strong, then it's like, okay, let's just get going. Let's race it.
And it's when it comes to that, if you're completely well-rounded, it really doesn't matter what the events are, if it's dictated rep scheme or it's a relay or a waterfall. But when you have that weak link, you can't hide them anymore when it comes to a relay style event. So I think these are necessary. I think they're fun. I like to see it sprinkled in every now and again and not have them all like this. So this is kind of one of those, it's still a team game, but it's individualized between the 4.
Our top 10 teams.
Your leaders overall, Barbells Prepared with 490 points. They will be in lane number 5. They're in the center part of your screen. The men will go first. They'll alternate back and forth with the women, as it will start with 50 GHD sit-ups. Now 50 for a clip. This is kind of an all-out sprint when you think about even what they have to do. That GHD is going to have a big impact on that handstand walk that some people might not think will.
Well, and it's crazy because and I'm not saying that I'm good at GHD, because I'm just very okay at GHD, but where I end up feeling it the most is I feel it in my legs. So the handstand walk, I think it definitely takes out that midline for sure, and it really isn't a very far handstand walk. You only have to do the 10 meters. I have to wait and see if it's actually it must be unbroken type of a thing. But I think where it's going to get dicey is going to be on those pistols, because look at this tempo that these guys are going here on the GHD. So they are really snapping that leg, snapping that hip flexor. Obviously, they're keeping the midline super tight. But where I always feel the fatigue is in the legs. And then, 50 pistols. One, it's not too big of a number, but it's just enough that you can't stop. So your legs are going to be blown up by the time you get to those.
Hands in the air, barbells prepared in the gray shorts, center part of your screen. Might be one of the first athletes up. They're trying to chase down lane number 10. That's a Butcher's Lab T-bone. And Bill, as you said, is like, this is just an all-out sprint, 50 GHD sit-ups. A 10-meter handstand walk is absolutely nothing. Now, do they have to go unbroken? I'm pretty sure they have. And if not, then you probably don't belong out there on the field anyway.
Exactly.
And then you go into 50 alternating pistols. So from start to finish, this is a pretty fast and furious event on the team side.
And right there, you can start to see some of the differences in the pistols that a lot of people have. I think it's crazy, even now at this point, that we see athletes that go up to their toes on a pistol, that they just don't have that ankle flexibility to be able to get down, that knee flexibility to be able to get down there. Because one of the things that's nice is if you can get that stretch reflex out of the bottom and get that little bounce to come back up, other than trying to balance on a tiptoe pirouette type of thing, you know, trying to get down there. And the other thing is this: when you go up to your toe, your knee drops. So now the difference between your knee and your hip, that angle changes. So you really ride the line. And I see people miss reps all the time because they just like I don't really think those were really good reps there myself. I mean, it's a tough thing to be looking at. So, you know, keep that heel down. That'll put that hip crease lower and make it so that it actually is easier for you to do that movement.
Lane number 2, that will be CrossFit Grandview. They're done, so the male athlete is finished, and it'll be the female athlete will be going second. They'll be alternating back and forth, and it's just like we thought it's going to be. 50 GHD sit-ups, only a 10-meter handstand walk, a mere formality when it comes to the totality of this event, and then those 50 alternating pistols. I really think this kind of comes down to pistols, because GHDs and handstand walks for this crew is nothing. Who has the fastest pistols, I think, is going to determine who's going to have the best time.
Yeah, and I think what goes into that, who has the fastest pistols, or who is going to have the ones that you don't miss any reps? Who is going to not get no rep? Because if you miss one, I mean, obviously that puts you behind. That's kind of a duh statement, but it does put you behind. But it's an incremental type of a thing, because, you know, mere seconds. It's like you said, when you have that the first guy got in there, just over 3 minutes. So when you only have a 3-minute sprint, you don't have a lot of room, a lot of extra seconds to either one, make up, or to have worth to give up like that. So you have to make sure that every single one is counting, and that you're able to keep that tempo at the same time. That's that threshold accuracy stuff that we always talk about in CrossFit.
And then get inverted.
All female athletes are on the GHD for their 50 reps. They'll have that little pad bottom to complete that range of motion.
Look how fast these guys are going. Jeez.
Female athlete from Barbells Prepared.
And you got to think, like we said before, with these caliber of athletes at this stage in the sanctioned event, especially here at the Lowlands Throwdown, 50 GHD sit-ups is nothing, right? It's just a dead sprint to get to those pistols. In lane 2, CrossFit Grandview is still holding on to their lead over the rest of the field. I mean, they had a blazing fast time ahead of everyone, but it's not that much. We're talking about 10 seconds maybe.
Yeah.
In the top right corner of your screen, there she is.
That's a great tempo on those pistols. And you look at that, her foot's nice and flat, so she's not worried about being off balance. She's really able to contain herself. That was good.
Athletes racing across the floor for those 10-meter handstand walks. And when it comes to pistols in workouts, there's always kind of that balance of what gear to use. I mean, if you have the mobility, then you can just rock your nanos and your flat shoes and just go crazy. But when you try to tailor it in a big event, it's kind of hard to pick which one. But with this, GHD sit-ups and handstand walks, man,
oh yeah,
the lifters on there, and go nuts.
Look at you speaking like a true masters over there, you baby master, you. You're totally right. If there's no double unders or anything like that where you're going to get hung up on with the lifters. So the crux of the event here is the pistols. That is the race. So why not set it up to where you have the best advantage and the most advantage? I mean, geez, that was blazing fast how she was on those pistols. So quick.
In another 3-minute time frame. So Grandview in lane number 2 still holding on to the lead, not by much. And I think that is in lane number 6. it might be Mayhem Europe if that's Mayhem, if that's lane number 6 like I thought it was. But Bill, as you said before, is like GHDs, whatever, handstand walk, whatever. It does come down to the pistols. I think when you look at this, you know, we get to look at it hindsight a little bit, and you know, we always look at the programming as well as the competition is. I kind of think the handstand walk should have been bumped up a little bit more in terms.
Oh, kinda. No, definitely.
And for my brain,
Definitely, because I mean, all it really is doing. I mean, honestly, with that distance, all it's really doing is having the athletes move from one side of the floor to the other side of the floor. So it's not like it's a really true athletic part of the event. I mean, you got to give them something else to do, or make it longer by far to actually really make it count. It just seems so insignificant to what's going on here. Because even if you made it 50 feet, it's still not going to change the time frame or the sprint that these athletes are going to be doing. The 10 meters, that's 30 feet. That's nothing.
and if they wanted to be a sprint, then they achieved that. The handstand walk is merely a transition between the GHD and the pistols.
The first team to release their second male athlete onto the
So
floor.
second male is on the competition floor. This is a relay style event. We had one male go and one female. The females will be anchoring the teams, and it looks like lane 2, Grandview, has lost the lead for the first time since their first athlete has gone. And I do believe that is lane 6, Mayhem Europe.
First to get in position, but at the same time, strikes as CrossFit Grandview.
Oh, I know who that is.
You're 1 and 2.
That's Laura's brother. That's
Christoph?
little Chris. Yeah, Christoph. Wow.
Well, guess who the anchor is?
Mr. Longlegs himself. What's Mr. Longlegs himself having to do pistols?
I was going to say, is like, guess who the anchor is for that team?
And she's also on the
Strong work.
Europe team.
That's right, because I know he does work with Rich and with Mayhem, so he's one of their overseas athletes for sure.
There in the middle of the floor, blue shorts.
So Mayhem Europe has moved into the lead slightly ahead of Grandview, as Christoph Horvath is going third for that team. We're getting up to that 9-minute mark. These athletes have been averaging somewhere around 3 minutes per athlete to complete this.
Yeah, he's moving really well there in the blue shorts. I mean, he's a tall guy, long legs, but the rapid fire, you can see him right there in the middle of your screen, the blue shorts and the headband. Look at the tempo. Like that's insane for a tall guy. That's a lot of range of motion right there.
And then there's only one more athlete to go, one female.
Mayhem Europe was just a bit ahead of Grandview, who's all the way over in lane number 2. And Grandview has now retaken the lead, and I think this is something that Bill talks about a lot, but the athlete in lane number 2 was a lot shorter than Christoph was in lane
I didn't even
number
say it
6.
this time. Look at that.
And as we just said, is that Grandview in the upper part of your screen holding a slight edge on Mayhem Europe, but Mayhem Europe has Laura Horvath anchoring their team.
Yeah, and she was going unbelievably fast too.
On the right side of your screen, your top 2 teams pulling well ahead of the rest of the field so far. As Barbells Prepared, I think, is sitting in third. We are just past the 10-minute mark, but it is a 2-horse race between lane 2, CrossFit Grandview, and lane 6, Mayhem Europe.
Athletes have gone. The order is still Grandview leading the way.
And if it's been like anything we've seen over the last 3, it's going to come down to who has the fastest pistols once they get across the floor.
Right there, side by
Laura
side,
Horvath
it is
anchoring
Laura
Mayhem
Horvath
Europe.
And then Mia Åkerlund on
Her
the
brother
right-hand
just went
side.
in the 3rd position, as they are trying to now chase down CrossFit Grandview. They're in the upper part of your screen in lane number 2. And I believe I see a hand in the air for the judge. So Grandview looks to be off. Now we'll have to see where Mayhem Europe is. Laura Horvath is done. About a 10-second lead for Grandview. Grandview on the right side of your screen. Laura Horvath anchoring Mayhem Europe. Grandview gets ahead. It's now about 5 seconds.
finish line.
Is that
done with her
Broadbent?
handstand walk. Julianne 1, 2.
I think it was.
She is 2
CrossFit
reps.
Grandview coming into this event in 7th place. So first place finish here would push them up.
Wow, you can see that. You know what? That right there, that's the GHD up at the top of the screen. You can see what the GHD has done to her legs going into these pistols.
Laura Horvath at the bottom part of your screen is cranking out these last 50 pistols. She was only about 5 seconds behind when they got to here, but you can see the tempo is well ahead of the pace by CrossFit Grandview.
Moving at a faster pace than Julianne.
I mean, those are good. I mean, look at that great range of motion, standing up all the way. I like to see it actually is fading back and forth, trying to keep that balance. And even doing that, that actually shortens up the range of motion just a touch, because you're not standing with your feet right underneath you, but she's moving back and forth into the strong part of that leg for every single rep.
I don't know if I just got caught because I don't broadcast on camera, but I always tend to tilt my head with every
You're watching tennis right now?
It is the final stretch for the teams on the floor.
Wow.
She'll close things out for Mayhem Europe as they will take down Grandview. And now it's time to see where Grandview will finish. They will cross the finish line up in lane number 2 at the right part of your screen. We are well below the time cap, as these are your top 10 teams. After 5 scored events, this is team event number 6. It was barbells prepared. I don't think got anything worse than a 3rd place finish.
Last 50 repetitions as Team Grandview on lane 2 is also trying to finish up.
Milk it across the finish line, so they're in no danger of losing that top position. And when you look at the athletes on that team, that's a stacked team for barbells prepared.
Oh yeah, stacked. I mean, they have a lot of experience on that team, a lot of smart athletes on that team with Phil Hesketh and everyone else.
We're at the 13.5-minute mark of our 16-minute time cap.
Final athletes all getting through their last 50 pistols. As we said before, if this was meant to be a fast and furious event, it's exactly what they got. It's 50 GHD sit-ups, 10-meter handstand walk, which we've decided was just a transition from one side of the floor to the other, and then those 50 alternating pistols at the end.
All athletes now on to the final movement. Final athlete, and that was the final female athlete from Kaizen CrossFit Rouen in France.
I was about to make a joke, but I'm going to keep it to myself.
Chipping away, trying to create as much space.
No, I was going to say lane 1. It's like, those are some French-looking shirts in lane number 1. I looked down and I was like, oh, yep, there they are. Just the white shirt and the blue stripes. I was like, that's a very French attire that you have on. And I was correct.
That is Team Fabricant in the gray.
And that will do it for heat number 2. The first time the teams will take the floor here on Sunday at the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown. And barbells prepared came in dominating the rest of the field, but today starts off with Mayhem Europe.
Yeah, and they just look great. There was that battle between Grandview and Mayhem Europe. Kind of in the beginning, it started off there, and then that's when we saw the Horvath finally just kind of pull the rest of that caboose all the way up and past me. Christoph had an unreal setup on his GHD, and again, for being one of the taller guys out there on the floor, was moving really well on the pistols. Laura Horvath just did what she needed to do. I mean, blazing fast on the GHD. Still wasn't. It kept her there. She didn't make distance up there, but where she won the race was on those pistols, and they were so fast. I mean, there was no slowdown, no chugging there at all. It was straight from top to bottom. The second she got up across that line into those pistols, that was it. So real impressive job by Europe Mayhem. Yeah, and honestly, now that I look at it, I don't even know why they even had the handstand walk even in there. Just have them walk up out of the way and just get right to the pistols, man. Like, why even give the break at all? Where there wasn't one person that messed up on it, you know? Man, crushing job by that team, by that Mayhem team.
taking
Mayhem Europe will get a
third
first place finish
place.
in this heat for team event number
What an
6. They
exciting
will
finish
still
there
have
for
another
event
event to
6
go
and the
today,
teams.
but I don't
We're
think
sticking
Barbells
with
Prepared will
event
be
6
losing that first place
and
position
transitioning back to the
anytime soon. That'll
individuals.
do it for team event
This
number
time
6 for the
now for the
2019
elite
Lowlands
division.
Throwdown. More action from the Netherlands coming up.
Advancing our way.
Hey guys, Chase Ingram here with Get With The Programming. Just wanted to announce that me and Bill Grunler are helping rebroadcast and recall the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown. Also to let you guys know what our podcast is all about. We're talking programming on the CrossFit landscape, CrossFit Games landscape, personal programming landscape as well. If you guys follow us, we're on every podcast platform. Check us out.
So now next we're bringing out these individual male athletes, their 6th event of the weekend. They started their weekend outside on the track. 2 events there on Friday, a 1600 meter run, followed by a sprint sandbag clean event. Then yesterday, they started their morning with biking, dumbbell snatches, and burpee box jump overs, and followed that with an event which was a double event, actually back to back with a little rest in between, 2 Fran versions. So the first one was bar muscle ups and heavy thrusters, and the second one combined lighter thrusters with chest to bar pull ups. And now here these athletes are on their event number 6. Logan, you have the lane assignments?
We have 7 athletes on the floor right now. In lane number 2 from Spain, we have Pablo Casales. In lane number 3, we have Guillaume Magnot. In lane number 4 is Kasper Mirup. In lane number 5 is Brandon Four. In lane number 6 is Timothy Kavanaugh. Lane 7 is Oscar Tyberg. And in lane number 8 is Joao Ferreira. And like Hondo was explaining, we have put these athletes through the ringer for the last 2 days. This right here is the beginning of their day 3 of competition. Our individual event number 6.
And as this is our first heat, we don't now have any reference point yet to what the time might be that these athletes are going to finish. We can take a look at the Masters 35s that went through this event earlier today. There, Nolan Mooney taking the event at 14 minutes and 39 seconds. So look for these individual elite athletes maybe to finish up a little bit quicker than that, at least for the top athletes.
It is a good ballpark reference. Those 35 to 39-year-old gentlemen are very fit, but these individuals here on the floor, a little bit younger, a little bit peppier. Our first heat here of event 6. There in the red shorts is Oscar Tyberg. Tyberg hailing from Sweden.
Coming into this heat and into this event, the best seeded athlete within the heat was Brandon Four. He's 31st place, and he's on the middle of the field on your screen right there with the backwards hat and no shirt on. he's still trying to push himself into that third heat the least. So if he can get a good showing here in this event, he might be able to do so for that final event of the day and the weekend.
The gentlemen here chipping away at their round of 50 repetitions on the pistol squat. It's a single leg squat, and they're on his last 5 reps. And first to move his chest piece and head back to the GHD, that is João Ferreira. João from Portugal. First back to the GHD, he's there in the bottom of your screen in the light gray shorts. 2 GHDs away with the man bun. That is Timothy Kavanaugh from the US of A. Kavanaugh second to strike on his round of 40 GHD sit-ups.
So a combined rep amount for these GHD sit-ups and pistols is 150 repetitions. So that it adds up throughout the round. So they're going to start with 50. So they're done with 1/3 of their reps already after the first round. From there on, the reps decreasing. Efficiency here in the GHD sit-ups comes into play, making sure you use your legs, not just your core. Then you'll be able to handstand walk a little bit easier as well, since your core is not as fried. And then finishing the round with those pistols, trying to use the backside of your body a little bit more than the front to save an energy again to those GHD sit-ups.
It's a hand in the air for the lane closest to us. João Ferreira from Portugal. He was the first back to the GHD, and he is the first off the GHD. Here comes João kicking up. His second handstand walk here, showing great proficiency upside down. He is 5 2-meter increments complete on that 10-meter handstand walk. And a nice pace set there by João. Brandon Fior here on his heels. Your 1, Ferreira, 2, 4, and now 3. You can see him there in the middle of the screen, upside down. That is Timothy Kavanaugh.
16, 17, 18, 19.
So Brandon Fior and Timothy Kavanaugh are training buddies. They train together. They are also both active U.S. Army Special Forces. So these guys know each other very well. Now going side by side here in the middle of the floor. Fior in the backwards hat and Kavanaugh in with that long hair.
It's event 6, the first event here on our 3rd day of competition. Event 6, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, GHD sit-ups, 10-meter handstand walk, and the same repetitions for alternating pistol squats. That is Brandon Fior there on the left. On the right, we have Timothy, maybe Cody Kavanaugh. We have a note here that he calls himself Cody. Mr. Kavanaugh sitting in 3rd. Your first place athlete was there and now in the bottom right corner of your screen on the GHDs. We're on the round of 30 now for these top athletes. For their Kavanaugh here, shirtless and in black shorts, the center of your screen.
Kavanaugh has had a quad injury 7 weeks ago, so let's see if that plays a part here with these GHDs and the pistols. And it looks like he might be feeling it a little bit if we judge he's run back to the GHD, so he has to be careful not to re-injure himself here in this event.
It's Ferreira still in the lead. This is his 3rd of 5 handstand walks. Ferreira, a regionals athlete from last year. He is the current fittest man in Portugal.
And again, if we're taking a look at these pistols, the judges want to see the athletes start from that standing position with one leg in the air, hips and knees extended, and then lower themselves down to a full squat. So the hip crease is below the top of the knee. Then the athlete must come all the way back up to full extension of that leg before putting the other leg down and then switching legs. So they're going to alternate through each repetition. And if they get an O rep, they will have to do that leg again until they have a successful repetition before moving on to the other side.
Here we see Brandon 4. He's now in the bottom mid-left section of your screen. Kavanaugh now getting ready to approach his 30 pistol squats. Looks like Kavanaugh allowed Kasper Meyrup from CrossFit Hobro into that third place position, but almost done with his set of 20 GHD sit-ups. There he is done. Joao Ferreira kicks up for his second to last handstand walk. Ferreira yet to break on these handstand walks. It's 10 meters total, broken up in increments of 2 meters. And Joao Ferreira here on the screen, coming to us from Portugal. He is the fittest man in Portugal, meaning that he has already punched a ticket as an individual to the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games, utilizing his national championship invite.
Brandon Ford there again, getting over that red line that marks the finish of the 10-meter handstand walk, and then now moving into those 20 pistol squats as Joao Ferreira heading back to the GHD for the final time to finish up his event number 6 with 10, 10, and 10 repetitions here.
This last round should be short for Ferreira. And the qualifications to get to the CrossFit Games this year in 2019, much different than we have seen in the past. This new national championship invite is also something we are seeing for the first time. Ferreira here, our heat leader from the beginning. Only athlete on his 5th handstand walk. Another 10 meters unbroken, and it is, count them, 7 more reps for Ferreira. And last 5.
So this will be the first elite male athlete here to finish, and he gets a heat win. 11 minutes and 50 seconds unofficially for Joao Ferreira from CrossFit OPO.
Here comes Brandon 4 from the US on his last round of handstand walks. It's 10 meters in for 4, and there he goes for his last 10 pistols.
Still plenty of time left before we hit that 16-minute time cap. We're only just coming up on 13 minutes in about 30 seconds.
At around the 12-minute, 30-second mark, that is Brandon 4 with a successful completion of event 6.
And it looks like Kasper Meyrup might be the next one to start making his way towards those last pistol squats. He's on lane number 3 right there on your screen now, as he's making easy work of this handstand walk. No problem. 10 more pistols to go, and he will get a finish here in event number 6.
Guillaume Magnuet there in the colorful shorts, last 5 reps. And he's on the Fit Aid finish mat. It's a high five from the fellow competitors. Last 5 reps here for Oscar Tyberg. Upside down there is Mr. Kavanaugh. I was seeing a little bit of a jiggly leg run back to the GHD. Hondo mentioned his torn quad injury only 7 weeks ago. And he's on the home stretch of finishing his 150 total single leg pistol squats. There he is, Timothy Cody Kavanaugh. Back to the GHD for 10 more repetitions is Kaspar Murup. And in the red there on the home stretch, last 10 reps for Oscar Tyberg. Oscar Torberg from Sweden. And it's full extension of the hips and knees for a successful event 6.
Last minute to go here for this first male heat on the elite side of the competition of this day 3 here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019. We've already gone through the age groups earlier this morning. They are finished with their weekend here in Apeldoorn, the Netherlands, just outside of Amsterdam. And now we're looking at these elite male athletes trying to finish up their work here in event number 6.
15 seconds are on the clock. And Pablo Casales, last athlete on the floor. See how many repetitions he can complete in the last. That's the buzzer.
Just doesn't quite get that touch to the pads for that rep to count. These male athletes now done with 6 events. 1 more coming up later today. That's going to be short and sweet for them, with some rope climbs and heavy clean and jerks. And again, these guys showing great camaraderie and what the CrossFit community is all about. Everybody here, all the volunteers, competitors, everybody's just working towards that common goal of making a great event. And it's been a great event so far here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019. Everything's been running smooth. Everybody's just enjoying themselves, having fun. A great vibe all around the arena, amongst the competitors, amongst the spectators. Everybody's just having fun.
An entire international affair here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown.
As we take a look at that first heat of male athletes taking the floor in this event number 6. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10 repetitions of GHD sit-ups, handstand walks, and pistol squats. It was Joao Ferreira leading all the way through pretty much in this event. He takes the heat and sets a new time to beat at 11 minutes and 50 seconds. Brandon Ford taking
Heat
second
1 is
place
done
and
for the
Leon
individual
Manoir
men
third
for
place
event
in
number
the
6. Heat 2 will be coming up next. Now, we saw the teams tackle the
As
team
the next
version
male
of this
athletes
event.
here taking
And it's
the
not
floor,
often
adjusting
where
that
you see the
GHD,
individual come up and you're like,
they can adjust
maybe
the
that should have
distance
been the
of those
team
foot
event.
pads from those foot
Yeah,
pads
100%
on
agree
the
with you on that one.
athletes.
We saw that
Rim
the team,
where
the
they wanna
individual
set
team
that up.
players on the team
They would
got
ideally wanna
themselves
have
a
a position where their
3-minute and
hips
15-second
are just
sprint.
hanging
That is
off
not
the
going to
top
be
of
the
that
case
pad,
on
so
this
they're
one
outside of that pad.
whatsoever. Same movements. We have the GHD, we have the handstand
With
walk,
their
we have the
knees slightly
pistols,
bent so
but
they
we're
can
doing that
really
descending
utilize
set of
those
that
legs
50,
as
40,
they
30,
wanna
20,
drive themselves
10
up from the bottom
of
position.
just complete. Now, okay, for the teams, the GHD was no big deal. Now it's a big deal. It's a gigantic deal. And we saw what the GHD did to the pistols for the team members. Now, this particular, the way that this is set up, these athletes have to be very smart about when they break, how they break, and they honestly should be breaking early so that they have the gas on those last 3 rounds.
So
I just can't imagine the first 2 rounds is 90 reps of that. Ew. Ew.
150 GHD sit-ups, 150 pistols, and just a spackling of 50 meters of handstand walks as they go through that. But like you said before, is like those GHDs, so we always think about core. You were right when you were talking about the teams, how it's going to take away from that pistol a lot more than some people may realize.
Yeah, and I think the athletes that have been doing a lot of work with the GHD, not that they have the capacity necessarily, but if they have the ability to start to concentrate, okay, I want to put the emphasis to my legs. Now I'm going to put the emphasis to my core, and then kind of sway back and forth a little bit just to give those muscles a little bit of rest as they're doing through, you know, all of those reps. It's so many. And yes, you want to race it, and there is a lot. When you're really trying to get that snap coming up, there's a lot of leg that goes into that. For a lot of people that do GHCs, I don't think they do enough to really feel that leg work of how much is actually being used. These guys are going to feel that. I mean, this is a lot. This is a lot of reps here. High volume for sure.
I think, you know, you'll find out is maybe those eyes will get a little big is when they come back for the 40.
The athletes will
Yeah.
have
Yeah, totally. And just like everything else, round 2, you know, get into the set of 40 and it'll be like, oh, okay, now my legs don't want to play anymore on these GHCs. So now it's all stomach to all midline trying to get up there. But you know what we do see that I really like is the pace that these guys are going is not really aggressive. I think that actually that's a pretty aggressive in the black shirt. That's a pretty aggressive attack. But for the most part, you see a lot of the guys, they'll come up and they'll try to unload as they're touching the foot pegs there. Try to bring that time under tension down because, again, you know, you can win your set of 50. That's fine. We still have 100 more to go.
To kick up from that bottom
And we see a break there in the middle, and maybe more of a poor choice of attire when it comes to tights and GHD sit-ups. They tend to slide a little bit. And those aren't tights, by the way. That's just long underwear. But, you know, a different place.
But I do think, you know, we have seen high volume of GHDs in the old regional setting. And even with that, there were a lot of athletes that were breaking. So I think it's smart to break. They should be breaking.
I think the most we saw in one sitting at the games was about 80.
Yeah.
That triple G chipper.
Yep.
The screen in the black and gray shorts. That is Adnan Murgus.
The athletes will do 50 GHD sit-ups, make a okay.
Get it, Jonah, right there in the middle with the brown pants. Okay, again, we have 150. Like, I love the enthusiasm. Oh my gosh, that's fast, dude. That is fast.
I can't even do air squats that fast. I don't even understand how someone can be that fast at pistols.
So a lot of it is strategy and pacing.
And you know what? Every single one of his reps, those are perfect. Look at how he stands up at the top. Foot doesn't touch the ground before he's all the way up. I mean, that's on top of being ungodly fast. Those were perfect. Just the form is just amazing.
ending of day number 2. He took
Wow.
In lane
6
2,
places on
Jonah
events number
Jones, who
4
made up
and
all the
5.
ground on the pistols, because getting to the pistols is actually
In those
all the bottom
thrusters
of your
and
screen
clubs
in
of
lane
bar
number
muscle up.
10.
So he probably is pretty
Last
good with
check,
these
he was
gymnastic
done
movements. So let's see what
with
he
his
can do and if he can
GHDs and
maybe push
handstand walk
himself
well
into
before.
the
So
top 20
we know the
for the
pistol
final
game is a
event
pivotal part of this
the
event.
weekend.
We know the demand of the GCs will compound as the rounds go on, but if you don't have your pistols intact, it's not gonna really matter.
Well, what's real impressive with Jonah right there, we just, when we were watching the teams go earlier, we saw about what the splits were that those athletes were having, and they were around that 3-minute, 10-second mark, somewhere right around there. Jonah was under that, so he was looking at like a 250 split on that 50, the 50 and 50. So blazing fast, and those guys were all they had was a sprint. So I'm really anxious to see if he's able to hold that tempo, or if there's just going to be an epic fail somewhere in the rep 90 realm before he gets into that last set of 50.
So they finish their round of 50 as they'll move into the round of 40. 40 GHD sit-ups, 10-meter handstand walk, 40 pistols. And that's a quick 90 reps right off the bat.
Oh my gosh, totally. And that's why I think that, I'm surprised we aren't seeing more guys drop their legs a little bit, taking just a quick breather. But, they are moving, and they're keeping a good, oh, geez.
Wow.
So fast.
There he is, both hands across that red line, and Jonah Jones now taking a fairly commanding lead over the first place finish. He was firing through his first.
And here he goes, rapid fire pistols.
Blazing pace now onto his round of 40.
Okay, so apparently, when Jonah came to this competition, he was like, I really hope that there's a pistol and GHD workout, because then I will do really well.
In the pistols, so him joining Jonah Jones there briefly after Jonah.
Wow, no slowing down for him at all. Unreal.
Those pistols really quickly, and Kevin Winkins right there on your screen moving through his handstand walk.
From this bird's eye view at the top of the chess pieces, shirtless, you can see Jonah Jones, and now here is Masij Lajcek.
I think, and the good thing here is once you get out of the 50-40, then it almost becomes part of a sprint towards the end. At 30-20-10.
Oh, I mean, I want to say yes. On paper, it should be, but it really depends on what you did on that 50 and the 40. Like, I mean, Jonah, 250.
He is well ahead.
I mean, he's holding a pretty dang good pace. I think that was about a 3.
There's about a
5. No, I take that back.
Jonah Jones and Masij Lajcek.
Just that was just under the 3 minutes. So 10 reps left on each side, so 20 reps left total, or shorter total, but about that same time. So he really didn't slow down all that much. Wow, super fast, super fast.
And you got to think, this is just heat 2. There are 2 more heats to go, and this happens sometimes because I would say a pistol is not a niche movement, but it's a very specialized movement. And someone could just be great at this in earlier heats and just have other holes in their fitness catalog. But these are the type of events where you see these outliers come out in those earlier heats than you would normally see in another event.
Totally. And this is why and we've talked about this, even on our podcast and stuff like that, where I like the fact where you aren't cutting, because this gives, especially in this field, and I think that in a qualifying event like this, it is good to keep all the athletes out there so that you can have someone throw a wrench into the works for those top dogs, the ones that are up in the the top 10, because obviously, I mean, Jonah is really good at this, and he deserves to really push the tempo and get the points for doing that, and it should penalize the athletes that don't have the skill that he has if you're trying to get to the games.
I think
wow, I'm blown away.
To me, that's the most exciting thing about having full fields of competition, is those outlier athletes that are the difference makers when it kind of comes down to the wire to determine who the fittest athletes are there.
Yeah, and you know, and I think again they aid in what they do as you're trying to quest to find the fittest athlete in the world. Is they end up being kind of like the specialist that gets to push the top dogs. You know, those athletes that are the Matt Frasers, the Noah Olsons, the Vellners. They need to be able to compete with people that are those niche athletes, those specialist athletes, and be able to do well against them. So I like the fact that, you know, here's Jonah just crushing and putting an unreal time for the rest of the field to have to contend with.
And then done with 30 and then moving on to 20 and 10. And that's when it really starts to matter in terms of getting ahead of the rest of the field at that point, because you don't have a lot of room to make up when you start getting into those last 2 to 3 rounds.
Yeah, because now everyone's tired. So you don't have the idea, you don't have the chance where people are going to be trying to pace anymore. They all see the light at the end of the tunnel. So now everyone's going to be pushing and gunning. So if you didn't push right early enough, I mean, we always talk about the importance of pacing, but there's a fine line. You either, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword. You can get cut by it, or you can really cut down everyone else by it. So you really need to know what that line is, and that all comes from training, understanding what your capacities are.
Of Jonah Jones on that 4th handstand walk.
Maciej Leszczyk from Poland.
And I feel like he's almost lapped the field now.
About 3 paces ahead of Jones. Jones has had the most impressive pace.
And he is just chugging. I mean, the fact that he's so far ahead, whoa, we're in the upside down now.
That really threw me. Cool camera angle that we never wanted to get. Thank you.
But I love the fact that he is attacking every piece. He's running back and forth. I mean, he's racing, and that's what you want to see. And wow, I mean, super impressive, super fast. Come on.
He moves in the round of 10. Jonah Jones will look down the floor, and I tell you what, Leszczyk is keeping pace with him.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a whole lot of him since the first 50, but he's kept pace with Jonah this entire time.
Well, and I honestly thought that Leszczyk was. I thought he came out of the gate too hot on the first set of 50. But then we saw, you know, then it was all Jonah. He just, I mean, once we got to the pistols, I mean, Jonah just did his thing. But this is a really great race between these two guys. And what's great is they're on the opposite sides of the floor. So that really forces them, it forces them to really kind of see where each other is.
And after looking at it, either one of them are better at the other thing. Leszczyk is better at the GHD, where Jonah's better at the pistols. And then now that handstand walk comes into play.
Leszczyk, judge hand in the air and over that finish line first. A step ahead of Maciej Leszczyk.
Oh, I have no idea who won that one.
I don't know what they got.
I have no idea who got that. That would have been a great time for a wide shot.
Jonah Jones getting no rep from his judge on that last set of 10.
But man, that was an unreal race between those two guys. And you're right. I mean, Leszczyk, he had the GHD down. Jonah had the pistols down, but I'll tell you what, that last set of 10, those guys were equal.
Man,
equal.
That was a great race between those two athletes. Now, we were just at the 12-minute mark. The time cap is 16. So we still have 4 more minutes before we reach the time cap. But the race we got in heat number 2, you know, those are the races you pay to see. And it doesn't matter what heat it's in. It's just cool to see 2 dudes or 2 women just going out there and just going trading blows back and forth until the very end. Those are the races you show up to watch.
Yeah, that was good. That was fun. And you're right. I mean, we haven't said anything about the handstand walk. The only thing the only option or area where that would come up in is if someone pushes and gets a little over anxious on the handstand walk. So maybe they come down. But I mean, that would be the variable, but I mean, we haven't seen that by anybody. I haven't seen anybody even remotely struggle with this.
Kevin Winkins, he had a good showing earlier in one of the other events. During that, it was kind of that Fran couplet modification where I think he took a first and a second, or a second and a third.
Winkins is across the finish line at around the
in his heats, respectively.
Mark. Third athlete to finish event 6 here in heat number 2.
I think the only way the handstand walks will add up is you get less and less rest in between them as you go down the line, right? So between 50 and 40, it's a pretty big break. But as I said, like that 2010, that handstand walk adds up just a little bit towards the tail end. That not necessarily is the difficulty, but has been providing that slight bit of hesitation for some of those athletes jumping off the GHD. And should I kick up right away, chancing that I may fall halfway down the line?
Check this out. Just thought about this right now. So they started off with that. The pedestal was right at the line, basically when they crossed the handstand walk. Now that line should change, so it's one marking behind the pedestal as they move it down. I mean, it's just a little program, little twist, you know. I mean, that's what we talk about. We talk about that stuff all the time. That would have been kind of fun to watch.
We're not trying to reprogram the Lowlands Throwdown.
No. I know it's good. I'm just, you know, we have some time. There was 150 GHDs and 150 pistols, so we just had some time to talk about it. And I think that would have been really fun to watch that, because it would have made that handstand walk important. You know what I mean? These guys are just way too good to be doing a 10-meter handstand walk.
I love that. That's a great idea.
From the US.
A great idea.
Thank you very much.
Just extend that box another, gosh, what is it for there? 5 feet at most?
Yeah.
And there it's probably a meter.
But by the end of that, what you're doing is you're almost doing double the handstand with distance.
I like that.
Here is Griffin Raleigh.
That's a good idea, Bill. We should start a podcast and talk about programming.
You know, I was thinking about it. There's one guy who wanted me to do it with him, and I was considering it.
On a team with CrossFit Douala.
1 minute until we reach that 16-minute time cap. This is what
Griffin.
happens when you leave us space to talk, folks. We start talking about ourselves.
Griffin right here, he was just wishing that there was a barbell on the floor somewhere so he could grip and rip that thing. He's no barbell. I don't want to play this game.
And all athletes finishing in under.
And that will be the final athlete in heat number 2, men's individual event number 6.
Individual males.
And from start to finish, we got a pretty good race between 2 athletes, and that is Laschik in lane 10 and Jonah Jones in lane number 2. As you said before, it's a tale of 2 skills, where Laschik was, and he's in the center part of your screen, crushed the GHDs. He wasn't bad on the pistols by any means, but at the same time, Jonah Jones wasn't as fast in the GHDs, but blew out those pistols faster than anyone we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about. Is we knew when we were watching the teams earlier that it was a sprint. So I was under the assumption that these guys would have kind of been a little bit more relaxed, but Laschik was not having that in his G. Under that pistol speed, and Jonah Jones just had that down, made up so much distance, and we didn't really see Laschik until like the last 2 or 3 rounds, and then those guys got tied up where Laschik actually had a little bit of that lead coming off that last set of GHD, and I don't know how it finished, but they pretty much came across the line at the same time, so you'll have to check the scoreboard on that one, because I don't really know what it was either.
Well, good thing the official results are somewhere where you can see them and see how it all shook out between those 2 athletes. But heat 2 for the individual men for individual event number 6 is done, as the 2019 Lowlands Throwdowns continue. More action live here coming up next.
Athletes coming after 5 events placed from 11th to 20th. So some of these men are trying to make a push towards that top 10. And Fabian Benito Selles is only 2 points out of that 10 spot. So maybe he can get a good showing here in this event and push himself into that top heat for the final event. Also not far behind are Sam Stewart.
Now moving on to this third heat of elite male individuals. Event number 6 here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. Greg Longto guiding you through this heat. So heat number 3 equals athletes from position 11 to 20. In lane number 1, the only American in this heat, Mr. Jacob Mason. In lane number 2, Moritz Fiebig from Germany. Lane number 3 from Spain, Javi Bustos. In lane number 4 from Germany as well, Oscar Gunther. Lane number 5 from Spain as well, Fabian Beneto Celes. In lane number 6, Ireland's very own Sam Stewart. Lane number 7, also from Spain, Fernando Llanesa. Lane number 8 from United Kingdom, Mickey Steele. In lane number 9 from Poland, Wojciech Laszkacz. I think it's like that. I'm sorry about that if I'm butchering your name, buddy. And in lane number 10, from Spain as well, Arturo Ojeda. Quite of an interesting workout here at the Lowlands Throwdown. This is not a sprint. It's going to be all about the midline. 50, 40, 30, 20, and 10 reps of GHD sit-ups and alternating pistols, and in between 10 meters handstand walks.
We're having a little look here at the spectators.
It's going to be very interesting to see how these athletes that are looking to crack the top 10 with 2 events to go. Sam Stewart, you see on your screen, lane number 6. Always one of these top dogs from Europe. Second fittest man in Ireland. If you know a thing or two about doing handstand walks when your midline is absolutely fried from all of those GHD sit-ups, you know how hard it can be, even if it's just 10 meters, folks. So here we are. This is not a sprint at all. 16-minute time cap. Can't wait to see how these guys are going to do. So final day of competition here. Already 5 events in. And we're looking at these guys. Position 11 to 20. If you've never worked on a GHD sit-up before, on a GHD machine, the glute ham developer, it's really important to have the right position. So you want your glutes to actually be on the cushion,
Those are on the menu for these athletes here today.
but you don't want to be free falling as well off from the machine. And you want to be able to activate your quads and hip flexors.
Ideally, they would want to try and use their legs a little bit as well. Their hip flexors and
The best technique you've got already a hand in the air here in lane number 9 for Laszczak from Poland. See, firing up the quads to make sure we can save the abs, save the midline. The first... No, I'm sorry about that. He's second because in lane number 1, Jacob Mason already making quick work of this handstand walk.
2-meter segments, so 2-meter minimum.
That is very quick, ladies and gentlemen. Looking very fluid on those pistols. So what I was saying on the GHD sit-up, you want to be able to fire your quads to initiate the movement. The best cue we can give here is to kick with your heels and also to throw your arms upward to create momentum and also touch, as you can see, the cushions that are right next to the feet, and to have a rep completed, also touch the ground behind your head, in between the markers. So 50 pistols. These guys might be able to complete those reps in just about a minute or so.
of the pistol squat. That there is Wojciech Laszczyk.
And in the air right here, I believe this is Mickey Steele in lane number 8. Wasting no time in transition. The first athlete, ladies and gentlemen, back to the GHD sit-ups.
His brother, with his split time of 3
What's interesting as well in that type of workout is you want to make sure you can push in the first 2 sets. You want to pace yourself. You don't want to burn out too much. But this is not a work capacity. This is not a cardiovascular capacity workout.
More than half the field now filled in.
This is muscular endurance. How much you can take
these first 2 rounds
of these GHD sit-ups
totaling more than 50%, more than half
in so little time. So after the set of 40, we will see if Mickey Steele, your heat leader here, black shorts, green shirt, can maintain the lead. And you can see on the screen how well he is doing that technique, kicking with his heels to make sure to fire up all the posterior chain and throwing the arms upward.
Again, with these 3 movements, we do have this complementary movement pattern theme continuing, where we have 3 movements that complement each other really well. This GHD sit-up working that front
Hand in
side,
the air already 4 minutes, 30 seconds, 1 rep to go. Mickey Steele leading the charge. Already back on his hands. But look at that in lane number 6.
To start using them a little bit more. So keeping it balanced here at the CrossFit.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, folks. Lane number 9. So your leader in lane number 9 is definitely Wojciech Laszczyk. My God, I'm butchering his name. I'm so sorry, buddy. And in lane number 7, Fernando Llanesa, sprinting on his hands.
Coming from Poland.
And we have a race.
Faster pace than Llanesa.
Jacob Mason is also there in lane, all the way back to lane number 1.
On the left, and now coming up the middle, that is Mikey Steele. Mikey Steele in the Royal Navy in the UK.
So a long time cap for this workout. Plenty of time for these guys to accomplish the workload. Laszczyk is already back on his GHD sit-ups, lapping in lane 10. Arturo Oreda
is exactly tied with his brother from that previous heat.
And you can tell the difference here in both the techniques on the GHD sit-ups. Laszczyk kicking with his heels, using a proper technique, and the technique used by Oreda is much more muscular, trying to do an actual sit-up using his abs, hip flexors without any activation from the legs. And it's costing in time, costing in energy as well.
Big brother's time set in the last heat.
And you can tell by seeing these athletes running back to the GHD how shot the quads are, the hip flexors. And it's going to get harder and harder to walk on the hands. As I'm saying that, you can see Laszczyk, no problem there, sprinting back, going unbroken on this third 10-meter round. Still chased by Llanesa.
For his round of 30 pistol squats.
Just a few seconds behind.
Llanesa now in the shot.
But Laszczyk from Poland is flying through these repetitions. Looking so fresh, so clean. And if you're wondering why he's grabbing his toes on each and every single repetition, it's because you want to make sure the foot that's not used in your pistol is not touching the ground. In that case, you will be given a no rep, which can be costly. Hand in the air already. What a stellar performance in that heat. Now on to the round of 20. Yanetta also back. These competitors are facing one another, chasing the top times established in the previous heats, but as well trying to send a statement to the top dogs that are going to compete right after them.
Beginning his round of 20s, the fourth round here of event number 6. Yanessa sitting comfortably in second place in this heat with Wojciech Lajcek in front of him.
Sam Stewart finishing another round. In lanes 1 and 2, Jacob Mason, Moritz Fiebig.
And Yanessa.
Completing as well. It's hard to know where they are right now. Still in the lead lap. But oh, some trouble here from Lajcek on his hands. And now taking the lead momentarily is Fernando Yanessa. 2 pistol in front, and we have a race. Can Yanessa try to maintain this pace? And it's all going to be played in the last 10 meters of handstand walk. As we also have a race in for third place in lanes 1, 2, and 3. Mason, Fiebig, and Bustos.
There's one more event to come, and all the points are very valuable for these athletes.
Lajcek having trouble completing the round of 20. And Yanessa with a perfect pacing, already back to the GHD machine. Picking up the pace. Doing everything he can to maintain his final lead.
He knows he's on the home stretch. Yanessa looking to take the heat here. There he goes.
As we have Mickey Steele here.
And he is
completing his round of 20 as well. Yanessa, no problem there. Heading onto his final 10 reps of pistols.
Yanessa is able to keep up this pace.
And down to 5.
Go to that time to beat of 11:17. So Yanessa, if he keeps this up, he will be able
what a great performance here. Fernando Yanessa, ladies and gentlemen. In 11 minutes, 1 second, taking this heat.
With the win.
Being chased by Wojciech Lajcek. My goodness, I hope this is how we say this name. I'm so sorry about this. Taking second, sending a message to the top dogs in the next heat.
Here we're seeing
Arturo Oreda.
Also hailing from España.
And these guys are going stellar fast. In lane number 3, Javi Bustos trying to complete. He was chasing
also across the line is Javi
Moritz Fiebig. I believe Fiebig's going to take 4th, Bustos 5th. Jacob Mason all the way in lane number 1 was 3rd.
Athlete there. Having a bit of trouble.
Looks like he might be cramping a little bit.
And last reps here for Jacob.
No, here we go. Here is
CrossFit.
Jacob Mason.
Volume over the weekend starting to pile up for these athletes. A lot of squats already here.
So definitely Fiebig took 3rd, Bustos 4th. And we still have Benito Sayes and Sam Stewart in a race.
Of course, dumbbell snatches, biking, amongst other things that these athletes
with
have
Oscar
done over the
Gunther
weekend already. So
has just a few reps in front of those guys. The three are handstand walking right now.
You can see that on the faces of these athletes as they're working through.
Sayes is going to be the first to the pistols.
Most of the men already on their last
It
round.
seems like Sam Stewart
In the red shorts there to the left of the
was
screen,
walking
Fabian Benito
on his
Sayes.
hands a little faster, but look at his pace. Is he going to be able to beat Sayes?
Stewart moving at a faster pace and able to edge
Well done by Sam Stewart,
Sayes now on his home stretch of repetitions.
who was the last on his hands following the GHD.
From Spain.
Well done there on picking up the pace and snagging the 5th position in this heat.
Get a good result in so he could push himself into that top 10.
Hand in the air for Oscar Gunther. And ladies and gentlemen, we still have 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Finishing up his round of 20s.
I'm sorry about that. Gunther was not in that race. He was completing the round of 20, just as Arturo Ojeda
Finishing his second to last handstand walk.
from
We've got 2
Spain,
minutes on the clock and 2 athletes on the field.
completing the round of 10.
There we're seeing Oscar Gunther with less than 5 reps of his last
And once
round.
again, this is not a workout for tall guys. You can see with Ojeda.
Oscar Gunther
Gunther back on his hands.
from CrossFit Cologne.
And there's still time left on the clock for these male athletes. Over
He
a minute
is
still
chasing
remaining.
Arturo Ojeda in lane number 10. No, I'm sorry about that.
Reps for Gunther.
Seems like Ojeda is heading into his round of 10.
For the final time. He's been struggling here in this event.
Plenty of time here to round it up. Oscar Gunther from Germany.
Successfully completing event 6.
And Ojeda, final reps on the GHD machine.
Now all eyes are on lane 10. That is Arturo Ojeda.
See, he could have benefited of pushing
Crowd now getting
backwards
behind him
his
as he has 30
plate
seconds
for
left
his
to work. He
feet.
picks up
He's got 30 seconds
4.
to close out the more
6 meters
repetition
through
he
his
can.
10-meter handstand walk.
He might have time to
Gonna have to race
finish.
the clock if he wants to finish these last 10 pistol squats.
The crowd cheering him on like we're accustomed to at these
10 seconds. Can he go on the buzzer?
The crowd getting behind him. 5 seconds on the clock.
Ugh. 1 rep short, ladies and gentlemen. What a race we had here in heat number 3. Elite male event number 6. Time for me to pass on the mic to my good friend and colleague Armin Hammer for the final heat. Your top 10 competitors. Stay with us. The CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown Restream. This is Greg Longto. Talk to you later.
Our heat winner a run for his money. That is Wojciech Lajczak from Poland. That was our number 11 through 20.
So one more
All right, folks, welcome to the final day of competition at the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. I am Armin Hammer, and we are about to watch the final elite men's heat of the 6th workout. So on the last day of competition here, we've got 2 workouts that the athletes are going to be taking on. And this event, event 6, is 50, 40, 30, 20, 10 of GHD sit-ups and pistols. But they got to do a 10-meter handstand walk from the GHD to the pistol each round. This is a brutal version of the team event that we just saw. The team event earlier this morning was a relay of the first round of this workout. The 50 GHD sit-ups, 10-meter handstand walk, 50 pistols. This version of the workout is 150 reps of each of those workouts. Currently in the lead, Cedric Lapointe, followed by Ryan Souder, and right behind him, Georgios Karavis. This really is a battle between Cedric Lapointe and Ryan Souder. There's only 10 points between them. There's 40 points from Souder, the third place, Georgios Karavis, and nearly 20 points from Karavis to AJ Visser behind him. Zach George rounding out your top 5. So let's go ahead and take a look at who we can expect to compete here. This is the final men's heat. These are the Haas's who are going to be fighting it out for the title here. In lane 1, we've got Jake Berman. In lane 2, Victor Longsved. Lane 3 is Zach George. Lane 4, Georgios Karavis. Lane 5, Cedric Lapointe. Lane 6, Ryan Souder. Lane 7, AJ Visser. Lane 8, John Colte. Lane 9, Lago Giardes. And lane 10, Tremaine Jensen. So we've got a 16-minute time cap on this workout. 50, 40, 30, 20, and 10 reps each of GHD sit-ups and pistols. And you got a handstand walk from the GHD to the pistols. Ain't that just a little bit of a wrinkle? Makes this thing slightly more challenging. Adds in just a little bit of complexity. That first handstand walk is probably not going to be a problem. Second handstand walk is probably going to be slightly harder. The volume of the handstand walks isn't the issue. It's the volume of everything else by the time you get to those last couple sets of handstand walks. There's Cedric Lapointe with the tattoo sleeve, the white Reebok shorts there, and the blonde hair. It looks like his shoes are matching his hair. He's got gold on his shoes. Here we go. The final heat of the elite men taking on the second to last event of the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. Starting it off, 50 GHD sit-ups, 10-meter handstand walk, 50 alternating pistols. That's our first round. That is just our first round.
In between a little bit of handstand walking, a 10-meter handstand walk after every set of GHD.
Couple athletes to keep our eyes on here. We want to watch the middle of our lanes. It's going to be Cedric Lapointe in the white or gray Reebok shorts that we were seeing earlier, the blonde hair. We're going to want to keep our eyes on Ryan Souder, who is going to be the athlete to Cedric's right. And the athlete to Cedric's left is Georgios Karavis. I mean, that's our big three right there coming into this workout.
So 1 second for each rep that the athletes aren't able to finish. So even if
John Colte there with his shirt off, looking like a mountain man.
Every single event.
That's why our scoring team is so important here.
Should be getting hands up in the air pretty soon here.
On the line, the winner of this division, the elite males, going to the Reebok CrossFit Games later this summer in Madison, Wisconsin. Event 6 here, another 100 points to earn. The gentleman there to the right of the screen.
That is a very fast handstand walk out of Jake Berman. Just sprinting along on his hands, followed closely by Cedric Lapointe. That's your 1 and 2 coming into the first set of 50 alternating pistols.
Currently is Jake Berman. Jake Berman from the U.S. He is a 4-time.
Both these athletes, Jake Berman at the top, Cedric Lapointe in our gray, just making these pistols look very, very easy. There's Zach George, just a giant of a man, taking his time through these pistols.
Of that cutoff line for the invites for the CrossFit Games.
And for Cedric Lapointe right there in the middle of your screen.
Georgios Karavis on the left there in the black shirt. Looks very comfortable.
He's your overall leader after
and he has a great cadence on those single-legged squats.
Top 2 finishes, so 3 second place finishes over the weekend, 1 first place finish, and 1 23rd place finish. So that second event of the weekend on Friday with the
Hand up in the air for
sprints causing him
Mr. Jake Berman.
but he's still atop
It's going to be the first one to move his chest piece and get back onto that GHD sit-up. The good thing about a descending ladder is that each set is slightly smaller than the previous set. So he had to do 50 GHD sit-ups last round. He only has to do 40 GHD sit-ups this round. Cedric Lapointe with the dynamic mount on the GHD sit-up. Love to see that.
Going around and getting up and in. Why not go right over the top? 4, make it 5.
Got Ryan Souter in the
6.
red maroonish colored shirt right next to Cedric back on as well. Tremaine Jensen on his GHD sit-ups. Lago Giraldez also on his GHD sit-ups. And that right there is Jake Berman, our current leader, first to the GHD for the round of 40.
Ryan Souter is holding on to that second place overall with 406 points, only 10 points behind Cedric Lapointe. And Ryan's brother, Zach Souter, is right.
Georges Caravis looks so comfortable. Look at the motion in his knees. He's in the black shirt. He was right next to Cedric Lapointe. There's always a little bit of a bend in his knees, but as he's coming out of the bottom of that GHD, he's using his legs, kind of punching his feet forward and straightening his legs out and using his quads and his hips to pull himself out of the bottom instead of just grunt brute forcing his way through from the bottom to the top. It looks like hands in the air and wrapped up in that set of 40. Cedric Lapointe right off the GHD onto his hands for that handstand walk. And he is alone. He's alone out there. First person to finish up the set of 40. First person to finish up that handstand walk. First person to start his 40 alternating pistols. But he does not have a lot of room to breathe. I mean, he had maybe a 4 or 5 rep lead on Georges Caravis and Jake Berman, who were right on his tail. And we saw how quickly Jake Berman was just so eager to finish up and get back to the GHD. If he can keep a pace like that going, he might be able to make up some of the distance that Cedric gained while on the actual GHD itself.
He is behind the gentleman in the middle of your screen. That is Cedric Lapointe in the light gray white shorts and white headband. So you're 1, 2, and 3 of the leaderboard there in the middle of your screen.
AJ Visser there in the maroon or red shirt with the white Reeboks on. Moving very quickly, looking pretty comfortable here. Doesn't look like he's struggling on any of the individual squats. Doesn't look like he's losing his balance at all. Seems to be catching his breath pretty well. Cedric Lapointe finishing up his set of 40. Running back to kick off the set of 30. Again with that dynamic entry on the GHD. Really powerful. And right behind him, Georges Caravis. I mean, Lapointe only had maybe 3 reps in by the time Caravis made it back as well. So he's really tracking him down. That's an impressive performance out of both these individuals.
We're seeing a little bit slower pace on those.
And our top 3. I mean, our top 3 are the 3 that are really pushing the pace here. With Cedric Lapointe, Ryan Souter, Georges Caravis all pushing the pace at the top of the rankings during this workout, and so far in the lead during this workout. And Jake Berman is trying to make a push to dethrone one of these 3 men. Cedric Lapointe, hand up in the air. Georges Caravis, hand up in the air. These 2 athletes are really neck and neck. Let's see if there's any hesitation. Nope. Right upside down for Cedric.
And utilizing great technique on the handstand walk here, we see.
And Georges Caravis is right behind him.
First,
and they both get to the pistols at the same time.
You're 1 and 2 of the heat.
So Cedric went into the round of 40 with maybe a 5 pistol lead on Georges Caravis. He got to the GHDs on the round of 30 with a 3 GHD sit-up lead on Georges Caravis, and he got to the pistols with just a 1 pistol lead on Georges Caravis. Caravis is really putting work in here to try and catch up.
And your top 3 now chipping away
Sneaking up on Cedric Lapointe. And if Cedric's not careful here, Caravis's cadence, his rhythm is going to just push him way ahead.
18 seconds, so that's about 10 seconds away. That 11:04 was set.
Hand up in the air for both these athletes.
In that previous heat.
And I love a foot race, and it looks
And
like
they
that is
move
what
into
gentlemen
their
are
final
giving us here.
2 rounds at the same time. Here comes 20 GHD sit-ups. Caravis taking the lead by 1 rep.
Now Lepont, 2 reps in. These gentlemen basically going rep for rep as we're in the home stretch of event 6
Hand up in the air
here.
for Ryan Souter as
3
well.
repetitions on the GHD. Left between themselves, 30 pistol squats and 2.
But
10
all eyes
handstand
on Cedric
walks.
Lapointe and Georges
Driving
Caravis.
these gentlemen and the finish line.
There's John Colty
Judge's hand
scuttling his way on his hands
in the air there.
to get his pistols done.
Your leaders, Caravis in the black on the left.
Caravis off the GHD, about 3 reps ahead of Lapointe. No hesitation, directly upside down. And now we're looking at kind of like a mirror of what we saw before. Lapointe was about 4 meters ahead of Caravis. And then in this round, Caravis is about 4 meters ahead of Lapointe. But there we go, Caravis catching up and surpassing Cedric Lapointe, maybe a 4 or 5 pistol lead in this second to last round.
And as you can see, no other athletes around in the view. These guys have a commanding lead.
This is the set of 20. From here, they're going to be doing just 10. 10 GHD, 10 meter handstand walk, 10 pistols. Here comes Ryan Souter on his hands. Georges Caravis sprinting back to the GHD to get his last set of sit-ups in. Cedric Lapointe right behind him. But at this point, man, Caravis has built up a big, big lead. Hands already up in the air.
Caravis is not slowing down.
Really fantastic performance out of both of these men, pushing each other. Masterful pacing out of Caravis.
Caravis now on his last
Directly onto his hands, no hesitation. That's a lot of confidence.
There he is in the middle of your floor, approaching the red line. Both hands are across, and it is 10 meters down for
Easy
Caravis.
completion of those handstand walks for
Now
both
on the
these
left side of
gentlemen.
your screen towards that Fit Aid finish
Lapointe
mat.
just wrapping it up right there. But this workout belongs to Caravis unless something really dramatic happens right now.
Indicating the last 5
He's looking
reps.
strong. Lapointe is trying to catch up. I mean, these are some fast pistols out of Cedric.
Hand in the air, Caravis
But there he is.
clenches the
Georges
lead
Caravis.
for a
Powerful
6.
performance, masterfully paced,
Ahead of Cedric Lepont.
taking the lead there, finishing in under 11 minutes. Both these men probably pretty happy with their performances there. That was very, very strong. Very strong. It's a lot of volume. It's a lot of movement.
So coming into this
Here we
event,
go. We're getting Ryan Souter in here for his final set
16 points and
of
10
10
points behind you
pistols.
with Ryan Souter. And Ryan right here on your screen finishing up now. So Cedric is going to increase his lead. And Georges Caravis, the man who took this event, is going to try and push himself further
There he
up
goes.
the leaderboard.
Unofficial
He
time of
needs some
11:46.
help. Ideally, he would like to have a few athletes finish between him and Ryan Souter to close that gap a little bit.
We're 12 minutes in
That way because Ryan Souter has completed event
into a
6,
16-minute time cap.
third athlete across the finish line.
And many of these athletes are starting their final sets of pistols. That's very impressive. Very, very impressive.
There in the gray, the double fist pump. And here's Jake Berman to the left and Victor Langsved
Jake
to
Berman.
the right.
Hand up in the air for Jake Berman.
Berman finishing with an unofficial 5th place.
He
of
finishes
the heat.
strong, unofficial time of 12:26, followed closely by Victor Langsved. There's John Colty on his hands for the last time, followed closely by Tremaine Jensen, also on his hands for the
Upside
last
down
time.
there. That is John Colty from the U.S. Last 5 reps for Colty. Looking to inch his way in
Colty on the
front
right, Jensen on the left.
of Tremaine Jensen, and John
Colty finishes up.
able to finish around
Unofficially 13:05.
John Colty, the only male athlete here in the elite division with CrossFit Games experience from the 2018 Reebok CrossFit Games as an individual. He took 28.
Tremaine Jensen also wrapped up.
Last year at the games.
Strong performances out of this entire heat. These guys are in the lead for a reason.
Games athlete from Canada.
Here we see AJ Visser, one of our athletes all the way from South Africa. AJ just on the other side of that Fit Aid finish mat. Looking to
And out on the floor, Zach George.
a decent finish here on event
This right here is
6.
AJ Visser.
And that right there is Zach George.
Zach George just so much bigger than most of these athletes. The pistols, more range of motion, more weight to move. But that's CrossFit. You put a barbell in his hands and he's going to have an advantage. You ask him to do single leg squats and he's not going to have a big advantage anymore.
One of the taller athletes on the floor. We talked a bit earlier about
Looks like he's still on his round of 20. Just under 90 seconds left to go in this heat.
Yeah, definitely. When you have to go through a further distance, a longer distance as a taller athlete, it takes its toll as soon as these reps start piling up as well. And Zach
And the crowd getting behind him here.
so far this weekend,
He's got a
his
minute
best
left.
placing has been third
Just about 1 minute
on
left
event
until that time
3,
cap.
and he took 4th on event 5 as well. So he's had a few good finishes within the top 5.
We're trying to get the energy of the Omnisport Arena spiking high for Zach George. He is our final athlete on the floor. And now it is George versus the clock. 35 seconds
All his fellow
before a
competitors
16-minute time cap.
getting behind him here. Hoping to help him finish up in these last 30 seconds and get back to some GHD
George
sit-ups.
is on his round of 20s. And he's showing us hustle and heart all the way back to the GHD. Although the time cap is quickly approaching.
15 seconds to go. Zach George begins his final set of 10 GHD sit-ups.
And that is the 3, 2, 1.
And that's time.
Cutting off.
Brutal, brutal workout for a larger athlete, but really impressive performances out of our top athletes there. Cedric Lapointe and Georges Caravis in a race through the entire heat. Lapointe in the lead for most of it. Caravis just sneaking right by him in that set of
I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Marlene can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone.
Soder, third place in the heat, and he's solidifying his second place here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown Elite Male category with one more event to go. And again, we're going to have a quick reset on the floor, and then we're going to bring out your female side of the competition in the
The
elite
men are
division.
done with individual event number 6, and it is now the women's turn to tackle this 50, 40, 30, 20, 10 GHD, and I would just say pistol smorgasbord of reps to do. And as the men finish, we kind of have a better picture of how this event's going to unfold for the women.
Well, first of all, I have to say you picked a very positive, nice word in smorgasbord. I would have said something more like a crucifixion, or something more demonic, or painful. We saw. Okay, here's the thing. If you have pistols, if you're good at pistols, this is going to be a great event for you. If you are great at the GHD because of the number that we have, this is going to be a really good event for you as well. So you have to be able to do and push the element that you excel in, and really kind of make your way on that element. We saw on the men's side in the heat that we were broadcasting and commentating in, Jonah was extremely strong with the pistols, and he definitely made his mark there. Whereas Last Check was much better on the GHD. He wasn't bad at the pistols, but that's where that race was. So I'm expecting to see the same thing here with the ladies. I think that a lot of these female athletes are going to be a little shorter than some of the male athletes, so we should be able to see a little quicker snap on those GHD. Maybe not using their legs as much, being able to save a little bit of that for the pistols. But again, when you're looking at the sheer volume of these two movements, 150 of each of those, it's just, you just try not to think about that. I'm going to take it one round at a time. And then when we get down to 20, the rounds of 20 or the set of 20, then I can start looking at the light at the end of the tunnel there.
All women are set in heat number 1. Should have 8 female athletes in this heat. There are 4 heats total for women's individual event number 6. And just knowing what's coming up ahead, and it kind of depends on if they've had some lead time, knowing what this event may be. If they released them early, you could practice them. I think this might just be a one-off for me in terms of the practice rounds, unless maybe doing a couple more between then to get the volume in.
Right. Yeah, and I think that this is you either have a lot of high volume GHDs in your training or you don't. I don't usually see people that dabble very much. I mean, sprinkling 30 GHDs into one particular workout of your day every once in a while, it doesn't really do a whole lot. So the athletes that use this this tool a lot for like EMOM type style events, to where you can build that capacity, that those athletes I think have the best shot at this, and where they aren't really worried about this. But what I do like to see is what these women are doing as far as their pacing, their tempo. I'm really surprised they're letting her only do one arm there. Usually it's a 2-hand touch that the athletes have to do, so I'm not sure what's happening there. But what I am seeing is that the women are being very meticulous and conservative about their tempo on the GHD. Again, they know they have a large number to go, and they're going to be spending quite a bit of time on this this first round, especially with that set of 50. And they know that when we're done with this, they still have 100 left to go.
I think starting with a steady pace is obviously the appropriate approach when you talk about the first 2 rounds takes off a huge chunk of reps, right? 50 on each side, 40 on each side. You've done 90 of the 150 you have to go. And then the last 60 are spread out over 3 rounds. So a lot of times that I'll tell maybe some of my athletes is when they approach it, like, don't approach this at just 50. Approach it if I said it's 150 in a row. What pace would you set then?
Exactly. And I think that that's a smart way to look at it, because in essence, that's what it is. It's this, this is much different than the team relay event where you only had to go through a one set of 50. And in that aspect, it's like, look, you put the pedal to the metal and you get yourself moving. Here, it's like, that's great. Only do that. And, if you regularly do 200 GHD in a training session to where you have that capacity. Otherwise, don't do that, and because of that last 50 are going to be really bad.
Our area where the ladies will be chipping away at their repetition of the pistol squat.
All female athletes on to their first set of 50 pistols. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
There's
Wow.
And look at the
If you
pace
look
here.
across the floor, and what's great
Purple
is,
and
and I think that's
green.
Lean Kroll over on the far end there, and she had the yellow top
Lean Kroll
and the purple pants.
from Belgium.
Much brighter outfit than the rest of the field, and you could actually see how she was just jamming
Double time,
on those
maybe
pistols
triple time
compared to everyone else. The
compared
tempo
to the
was
rest of the
unreal.
field. They're chipping away on her handstand. Is
Look at that. There she is down the left-hand side, bottom
of
is
the
now.
Netherlands.
Look at the tempo. And
There we can
again,
see that
we talked about this
blistering
with the guys.
pace.
Should you wear the shoes or should you not wear the
Lean
shoes? And she's
Kroll.
got her lifters on. That's 150 GHD. You're not having to use your feet for anything else. You know, the lifting are squat movements, and if you have high volume squat movements, use those things. And man, that was fast.
wow.
Wow.
Now she does have some company
But
as
like I
Lynn
suspected,
Kroll
that
leads the
fast
field
pace
for heat
on
number 1. And it
the
all came down to those
pistols
pistols. And if you look on the right side, she has
is
a
now allowing
very slow
Kroll
pace on the GHD. So we kind of
make
think
up
of
some
where the
significant
strategy is for Lynn. Lean.
Create a
It's
bit
the
of space
slow
between herself
GHDs and then push the pistols.
and Nancy Bedard.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we
Your
talked
first
about
two
this. It's,
female
you know,
athletes
you have
for
to
the GHD.
realize where your strengths and your weaknesses are. Even if you're good at both of these movements, you know where you can really make your mark.
These are
And the
these
rate
are
that she was
our
moving with those
first
pistols was
elite female
insane.
athletes
But look
taking
at her.
event
You could just
6.
barely see. She's just going off the screen now. So much lower, so much
So it
more
is our
relaxed
first
as she's going
exposure
up. And
to
every time she
these
reaches up all the way to those foot legs, that takes all the tension
today.
off her legs, off that midline. So she's actually getting a break on
No
every
time to
single
beat
one of those
yet for
reps.
event 6.
But the downside
as
to
these
that, and I
ladies
don't want to
will
say
be
the
setting
downside, but the
standard
flip to
from
that
here on
is
out.
if you're going to pace like that on this movement, that means that you have no option but to go blazing fast on the other part. So she needs to make sure she's contained enough and reserved enough to be able to go unbroken all out
First
on
two
that. Now, it does
sets
look like she's slowing down
were
way more than I would
definitely the
expect, but
longest.
we'll have to see if she's able to keep that
We started the
that
event
tempo up
with
on the
50
pistol for the set of 40.
repetitions, and now on to 40.
We're done with the set of 50 as we move into the round
If
of
you've ever
40.
chipped
It
away
does start
at
with
a
GHD
workout
sit-ups
with
and then a
this
10-meter
rep
handstand walk across the floor. We did see you
First
have one
3
athlete
rounds feel
struggling
like
out
they
there
take
on the handstand walks.
quite
I
a
think
bit
she was
of
all the way up in
time,
lane number
and
1
then all of a
or
sudden
number
you're
2.
on to
She's
the
in the
20s and
background
the
still
10s,
doing
and it was a
pistols.
sprint
But
to the finish.
that race on the GHD with Lean Kroll taking that
Chipping away
steady
there in the
pace
black
approach, we
tank
do have a
top on her
hand in the
repetitions. That
air.
is Lauren Cogdale
Now we
from
know she was
Switzerland.
followed very closely behind, and it's kind of one of those is like, is it pacing, deliberate pacing, and then racing on the
There
backside?
in the white top is Emilia
Right.
Vihantola from Finland.
She's representing CrossFit Kuopio.
It was Vihantola.
Wow,
and
Lee, you can see her down the
Kroll.
yellow top at the bottom part of your screen. Real
First
good
off
on
the
those handstand
GHDs
walks. Fast.
as
So she
well
wasn't the first to come up. I mean, we saw
as
how
Nancy
slow and
Bedard.
deliberate she was on the GHD.
Nancy Bedard
Really
is in
taking a
the
lot of
top
reps, but
left
look
corner
at the
of your
tempo on
screen
the
now. She's in
pistols.
a
Again,
black
down at the
crop
very bottom
t-shirt.
corner of your screen. She's got the purple bottom, the yellow top. Look at
She
that
and
speed.
Kroll
So
are the
that's
first
the strategy
females
for her. I'm going to rest on the
back
GHD. I'm going to
to
move
the set of
on
40
the handstand
pistols.
walks, and you get me on the pistols, and I'm going for broke.
And I'm trying to count lanes, and I think that might be Nancy Bedard keeping pace with Kroll. And her pace on the pistols aren't that slow either.
And on your screen right there,
No,
Laura
but
Hammerland
it's not the
working
same race
through
tempo. I mean, she's moving, but
her handstand
look
walk
at you can see Lean all the way
for
over
the
on the
second
right-hand
time.
side of your
She
screen.
gets her hands
I mean, she's
across
like a
that
dang
red line and
basketball
then
bouncing up
moves
and down compared to
onwards
everyone else.
to that pistol station for 40 repetitions, alternating between the legs.
Look at that. Wow. Go.
And there you have Lean Kroll still sticking with that plan of
Lane
pushing the
number
pistols
9,
and
Lean Kroll,
I don't want to say resting on the
first
GHDs, but
female
maybe more of an
athlete
active
back to the
recovery on the
GHDs
GHDs
for
because
the third time.
with that 10-meter handstand
On your
walk,
screen right there
and
in that bright
especially when you
yellow
start
top.
getting down to the 30s and 20s and 10, you're at GHD advantage is not as much as it would be in the 50 and 40. So it's going to be hard to catch her towards the end with the lower numbers on the GHDs.
But so far, you know, the way everyone's been racing the pistols,
a few other females
here we are at
through
the,
those
you know, at the
now.
meet, the body of the event, and she knows she has that tempo, and no one is really pushing super hard on the GHD, so she can really afford to go really slow and relax and recover as long as she's able to push the handstand walk and those pistols. And she is doing just that. I mean, I thought maybe she hit the wall the way she was presenting on the GHD, but she looked super strong.
Efficient technique on those GHD sit-ups as Laura Hammerlainen advances her chest piece there and runs back towards the GHDs.
This is not a long person's event. I'm just gonna...
No, not at all. Not at all. The longer the lever, you know, the longer it's got, and that's on all parts. That's on the GHD. That's going to be not so much on the handstand walk, but that's, you know, as we said, that's just a transition from one piece to the other piece. Within the pistol, any sort of body range of motion element going to play favor to your taller athletes.
Her reps of the round of 30.
Off the GHD again, just ahead, and I believe that's Nancy Bedard. And now they're a little bit closer than they were in the round of 40, as you can see Kroll at the bottom part of your screen. And her handstand walks are pretty fast too, so she's
great.
Really resting on the GHD.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, that's exactly, for the most part, they were in the same position. I mean, Lean was was well ahead, at least 5 reps ahead on the GHD. They come off. Nancy is just to the floor first. They both come down the floor in the handstand walk about the same, and then Lean just puts the hammer down on the pistols. Look at that. She literally, I mean, compared to the rest of the field, she's almost 2 reps to everyone else's one.
From Belgium. The other ladies in the top of the pack.
We're approaching the 10-minute mark. Lean Kroll on the right side of your screen is just demolishing this first heat. And it's all come down to the pistols for her.
And Lean Kroll is making these pistols look really easy here. Nice balance all around in that movement, and also just working through it in a consistent fashion as she's back towards the rig.
Yep.
And she
I saw that she was starting to break down just a touch on those pistols with that speed. So you saw that she was resting up a little bit. She doesn't have as much distance as she did before on Nancy. And again, you know, the reps are decreasing, so that is going to change a little bit. That lead is, even if you hold the same tempo, that lead is going to shrink just based on the numbers that you're having to do. So she really has to be aware of that as she's going into these GHD, because she is much slower than everyone else on the GHD.
And then it just comes down to reps and tempo. How much time are you now losing on the GHD because you don't have enough pistols to make up for towards the end?
Right. And that's what I mean. She's got to be very aware. She can't just... It was great on the first 3 rounds, but now you have to race. You have to know where everybody is so you can adjust your tempo as needed.
She's the only athlete with her judge's hand in the air now. Also on her last 5 reps is Nancy Bedard.
Kroll is off the GHD, and she's
Kroll is off the GHD first, so she's still holding on and slightly extending her lead on the rest of the field in heat number 1, as they still have that 10-meter handstand walk to transition from the GHD to the pistols.
She's going to go unbroken. And now
yeah, so she was able to make up some distance there. So she pushed the tempo. Nancy tried to play that game and just couldn't hang with her. Oh my gosh, just so fast on those pistols. Holy cow.
The ladies rounding out the top 4, Emilia Vihantola in the far left side of
Paint
your
me
shot.
green and
And in the middle, Lauren
Color me
Cogdale
envious.
in the black on black.
But what's great, you know, what I will say is this, I mean, she has such great range of motion. She's got great ankle flexibility, great knee flexibility. So she can really get that bounce out of every single one of those, out of every single one of those reps. So it really is helping her bounce out, stand, bounce out, stand.
Proving so with her insane
Still taking
proficiency,
that steady
Crazy
tempo in the GHDs, even for the last set of 10.
Yeah, I would have expected to see a little bit more, but what I do see is I see her using a lot less leg here. Look at it, she's really whipping her body, so she's really getting a huge arch, trying to use a lot more midsection and save those legs. She's not even dropping her knees down at all.
So Kroll is done with her final set of 10 GHD sit-ups, and all she has left is a 10-meter handstand walk and 10 alternating pistols, as Bedard has definitely fallen off the pace that she's been holding with her since the round of 50.
It was Kroll leading the way, Nancy Bedard second place, and Emilia Vihantola holding on to that third spot in this heat.
Kroll is done with her last 10-meter handstand walk.
In the center of your screen, Lean Kroll.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Wow. Like I said, like a basketball.
Almost catching some air between repetitions.
You gave her one no rep, just to
why you know what, you're going too fast. I'm going to give you no rep. Slow you down.
So Lean Kroll will take heat number 1. Unofficial time right around 13:40, 13:42. Be curious how that stacks up over the next 3 heat, as we have 3 more heats to go in women's individual event number 6. In terms of the pistols, those probably be some of the fastest that we'll see of any athlete going in. But her tempo in the GC, I think, will hurt her overall placing, even though she did go so fast in the pistols.
Yeah, I mean, even though it was a great strategy and it allowed her to have fast pistols, you know, you have to be able to race the entire part, and your best athletes are going to have good pistols and good GHDs, so they aren't, you know, they have the capacity to where they aren't going to be, you know, just eroded away by those GHDs. So I think it's a really good time for people to shoot for. I think it is a nice little marker out there for people to gun. And I think that honestly, it might even throw a wrench in some of the top athletes' leaderboard field a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, she really needed, if she really wanted to compete, she really had to have a little bit more on those GHD. But man, the pistols, it's a thing of beauty. Thing of beauty.
There's 1 minute on the clock.
We have 1 minute until we reach that
16-minute
16-minute cap for women's individual event number 6. We have all but a few ladies done.
There's Kendra Pennings across the
And
finish
one of
line.
the athletes struggling out there on the handstand walks.
The hands on the knees, rest position for Rosalie Sourd there in the army green pants. To our right in the light teal top is Sarah Postema.
Not something we see a lot in competition these days, but
as well as,
you know, depending on, and it obviously depends on too, is like what would the qualifiers like to get here. There's no handstand walks, you're not good at them, you don't got to worry about it until you have to show up and do them.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But I mean, that's one of those elements that you just can't not have it nowadays. But we did see, okay, so that's actually a plus for her, is it you didn't have to get it, and that was the time to stop there. You know, the full length. Look, they had those sections out there, so you just went back to that 5-foot section.
And so Lean Kroll, start to finish, just kept that same tempo on the pistols, the steady pace she had on the GHDs, no problem with the handstand walks whatsoever. So that's definitely one of those athletes, like if you're just good at pistols, this is an event made for you, as long as you have your GHD game shored up a little bit.
But you know what was great is in this particular heat, it was very similar to the last men's event that we called, where you had the GHD athlete versus the pistol athlete, and that was the battle between both Lean and Nancy, back and forth, all the way until really the last 2 rounds. They were trading it off, and you can see that slow, methodical tempo that Lean had, really taking the time under tension off her legs and off her midsection, saving it all for the pistols. But I have just never seen I mean, honestly, I don't let men or women go that fast on pistols. I mean, bouncing on the last 10 of 150. Come on now. A lot. That's crazy.
A little pre-competition heat selfie. Knows that you got your head in the game. And so, okay, so heat one is done.
On how to approach this event right here.
Heat one is done for the individual women for event number 6. We got 3 more heats left to go here at the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown.
In the tank for the later rounds. Just a consistent effort through should be a good way to approach this event. And in this next heat, these females are placed from 21st to 30th after 5 events. And Laura Clifton and Marina Fedenko coming into this heat as the best seeded athletes of the heat. Laura Clifton currently holding 21st place with 204 points. And Marina Fedenko, 22nd place with 200 points. And they're only 4 and 8 points behind Leonie Hendrick from CrossFit Punt Out. And she's 20th right now. So these athletes are looking to crack that top 20 for the final heat. So Laura Clifton and Marina Fedenko, 2 athletes to watch here in this second heat.
It is our next 10 elite female athletes, currently sitting 21st through 30th, looking to crack that top 20 as we wrap up our 3rd day of competition here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. In lane number 1, we have Oriana Martinez. In lane number 2 is Ana Prates. In lane 3 is Jessica Vetter. Lane 4 is Belinda Becker. Lane 5 is Laura Clifton. Lane 6 is Marina Ferenko. Lane 7 is Iselin Brogeland. Lane 8 is Agatha Herbert. Lane 9 is Linda Kiesman. And lane 10 is Lorena Pergola. Our next heat of elite ladies taking their crack at event 6. Same as the gentlemen have already worked through. And the first heat of elite ladies under a 16-minute time cap, these ladies are working through 50, 40, 30, 20, then 10 repetitions of the GHD sit-up, alternating pistols. In between those 2 movements, a 10-meter handstand walk. The GHD sit-ups being completed by the entire field here. And they're neck and neck working through their first handstand walks are Belinda Becker with the bright green shoes. And closer to us there in the navy blue is Marina Ferenko. It's the elite females on the floor here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown, brought to you by Reebok. Our other wonderful partners for this extraordinary event. We're supported by Rogue, keeping these athletes challenged with all the equipment. Fit Aid helping keeping them hydrated. And our broadcast partners, NEP, for bringing you all the live action here from the Netherlands. We are at the Omnisport Arena in Apeldoorn, outside of Amsterdam. There goes Marina Ferenko to the right side of the screen. Now you can see her in the middle. Only athlete back to the GHD. Immediately on her heels, however, was Belinda Becker. It's the one-legged squat, the pistol, our third movement of this triplet test.
Over the course of the weekend, these athletes are trying to accumulate as many points as they can from all of these events, and the winner of the competition is the athlete that has the most points after those 7 events. And for our elite athletes, the winner will always get 100 points. Second place finish in an event will give the athlete 94 points. Third place will give 88, fourth 84, and fifth 80 points, going down in increments of 4 points. So we're looking for a well-balanced athlete, so you should be able to perform well in all of these events to be able to take that top spot. You only need to slip up once, and that might push you down the leaderboard enough for you to not be able to fight for those top 3 positions. In that previous heat, we had the first female athletes finish the round of 40 in about 7 minutes and 10 seconds. As these ladies are working through those 40 pistols now, and we're coming up to 6 minutes. That is still about 1 minute and 10 seconds away.
These ladies are looking to finish this event as quickly as possible. We are telling them the work that needs to be completed, and they are figuring how fast they can do so. The fastest lady from the elite division. 4 total heats here for event 6. The fastest lady will receive 100 points to her point total for the weekend. Hanu explaining a bit how the point system works here for CrossFit competition.
And the point spread is a little bit different for each competition, so there's not a set standard for that. But the 100-point first place finishes has become a staple in these high-level competitions, but then the spread differs a little bit. And we also have that here with the different divisions, since there's less athletes in the team competition and masters and teens competitions. Those divisions have a different point spread with bigger gaps, so we can get separation between the athletes.
Advancing her chest piece there is Jessica Vetter. Vetter, a 2-times regional athlete from France. She finished the Worldwide Open this year in 4th place within France. 4th fittest French female athlete. Say that 5 times fast.
I'm not even going to try it.
The ladies here of the second heat of the elite division. Hands in the air for both Marina Ferenko and Belinda Becker. First to kick up, however, is Becker. Becker is there in the black shorts and army green top. And Ferenko is here in the stars and striped socks with the dark blue tank top. That is Becker. In the middle of your screen there, Belinda Becker coming from the Netherlands. Next to her in the burgundy pants, Laura Clifton. Clifton visiting us all the way from New Zealand. Clifton there to the right of your screen. She has competed in 2 other of the sanctional events so far this year. 2019, the first year of the sanctioned events here in the CrossFit competition world.
So in the previous years, what we've had is what we call regional competitions. Athletes that get placed in the top 40 in their region will advance, in the open will advance to those regional competitions. But this year, this new season has brought a few changes, or actually quite a few changes to the competitions, and those regionals have been removed and they've been replaced by these sanctional competitions ran all over the world, all throughout the competition season. And these athletes have now more opportunities to try and qualify for the CrossFit Games, and they can pick and choose where they want to go to. Maybe combine a little bit of a holiday to your competition trip as well, so you're not just set on your own region, but you can go anywhere in the world to compete.
Some new broadening of the horizon for these athletes with their opportunities to qualify for the CrossFit Games, as Hanu just explained. Having some experience in this process so far. In the middle of your screen there in the green shoes and burgundy pants, that is Laura Clifton. She finished 6th in the Australian CrossFit Championship earlier this year and 22nd in the Down Under CrossFit Championship. That there is Marina Ferenko. Ferenko coming to the Netherlands to compete this weekend from the Ukraine. Laura Clifton there setting herself up as the heat leader. Your event leaders finishing up their round of 20s. And with some hustle in her step, Laura Clifton first to mount the GHD on our round of 10s. Final round here for event 6.
Time to beat was set in that previous heat by Lean Kroll at 13 minutes and 41 seconds. We're still well ahead of that pace for Laura Clifton. Only 12 minutes and 15 seconds has passed, so she still has plenty of time left. But she's not only competing against this field and the heat before, but there's still 2 more heats remaining, so she will want to hustle on with this handstand walk as she does. That's almost like a handstand run. And now 10 more pistols for her before she can get across the finish line. And Laura Clifton getting across the line in 12 minutes and 53 seconds. And now there on your screen on lane 4, Belinda Becker working on those last pistols as well, as she's getting company from other female athletes across the field, but it's Belinda Becker taking second place in the heat. And next to her looked like it was Jessica Vetter that's going to round out your top 3 here in the second heat of female elite event number 6. The new time to beat is 12:53 unofficially by Laura Clifton.
We're at the 14-minute and 9-second mark, beginning to come onto the tail end of our 16-minute time cap. There in the light pink, peach top and gray pants, that is Linda Kiesman. Kiesman, another local athlete here from the Netherlands.
And here we see again those fellow competitors that have already finished cheer her on, give her some support. As we're coming up on 15 minutes, so about 1 minute remaining before that 16-minute time cap.
There in the black leggings and braids is Anna Prates. Prates from Austria. And there she is onto the Fit Aid finish mat and successfully completing event number 6 under the time cap.
There on lane number 2, Linda Kiesman running back to her GHD for the final time. 30 seconds still remaining before the time cap.
There in the pink shorts is Oriana Martinez. She has 17 seconds on the clock.
She represents Reebok CrossFit Toluca in Argentina.
Argentina. And the time cap will come as a stop for 2 athletes on the field, Agatha Herbert and Linda Kiesman. The rest of the ladies of that heat able to successfully complete event 6.
As you're seeing the volunteers take the floor there as they're resetting the floor. And here we take a look at this heat of female athletes. They're having fun, all smiles. Maybe not throughout the event as much, but before and after. In this event, it was Laura Clifton that took the heat right here, and she set a new time to beat at 12 minutes and 53 seconds. Belinda Becker taking second place, and Jessica Vetter rounding out your top 3 off the heat. 2 more heats to come here on the female side. Next up, your athletes ranked from 11th to 20th.
2 heats down, 2 heats to go for women's individual event number 6. This is heat number 3, taking the stage. As we have seen this event take fold a few times now, including the teams version, the individual men, and now heat 3 is walking onto the floor. So they should have a pretty good idea of where the race can be won, where you can kind of pace through the middle. You know, after seeing a few of these yourself, where do you think kind of the best strategy lies if you have the skill sets to tackle both?
Well, as we've seen on the men's side and the women's side, you have to know exactly what your game is. So it isn't just look what the general field is doing and thinking with the I need to pace because we have 150. It's where do I pace so that I can really excel on the element where I am good. And we have yet to see at least too many of the athletes where they're good across the board, where they're super strong and super confident and have a large capacity on both of them. When we find that athlete, they will be well above the rest of the field. We saw, you know, in the first heat on the women with Lean Kroll, what she was doing, she was really resting on the GHD, going at it for the pistol. I think that as we approach the top heats of these ladies, those elements are going to start to come a lot closer. So now it's, I know what tempo I need to hold. So where do I need to take my rest? And I think, you know, we might see some of the women take the rest on the larger sets of the GHDs, just large set, you know, a decent amount of set, short rest, so that they can stay consistent throughout all 150 on each one, rather than trying to, you know, race one element and completely recover on the other.
As ladies are in heat 3 getting set to tackle individual event number 6, I just noticed is that rig. I think it's the old regional rig. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
12 minutes and 53 seconds, the time to beat set by Laura Clifton in that previous heat.
Heat number 3, women's individual event number 6 underway, starting off with 50 GHD sit-ups, a 10-meter handstand walk transition to the other side of the competition floor where they'll tackle 50 alternating pistols. And as we can see from this shot is a few different pace settings right off the bat.
Yeah, you know, and I'm not going to say you can't go off fast on the GHD. I think, you know, everyone people that do the same thing on rowing, they'll do the same thing even like on a distance swim. I mean, you just as a swimmer yourself kind of figure that out, where you get yourself out there, get moving, and then settle into a pace, something that you can kind of hold on to. But that allows you to get that race jitter out of it a little bit, kind of get you into the game, into the mindset, but you aren't, you know, you have to remember to reel it back just a touch so that you don't crush yourself well before you need to.
These ladies beginning to take a crack at the longest event.
I think across the board, though, I mean, the tempo that these women are going for, much faster than the last heat that we were looking at.
3 movements here, following the rep scheme of 50, 40.
We'll see who the first
30,
athlete
20,
off the
then
GHD is.
First movement here, you're seeing.
Now, the handstand walk early doesn't really pose much of an issue for a lot of these athletes. It could compound later down the road when you're getting less rest in. Your core starts to get taxed a lot more. That blood's pumping in different places that aren't really, you know, once it rushes to your head. I mean, a part of that too is like the distance may not be an issue, but just that blood to the brain from the GHD sit-up and kind of having your wits about you. I mean, I could see how that would play a factor in how well you'd walk on your hands.
Okay. I think you got to give the handstand something there. I'll let you take that one. That was okay. I mean, I will say this: there's a lot of blood that rushes to your head on those GHDs. I always get a headache whenever I'm doing any kind of GHD setups or you know, workouts or training. Going immediately from that to being upside down is a pain for sure. But again, I think that element still, even though that there's 5 of them in this event, it's still, for the most part, for these ladies, and is for the ones that are really hoping to try to get to the games, it's not really an issue. It's going to be how fast you push those GHDs and what kind of compounding effect is that going to have on your legs when you get to the pistols. Now, I haven't seen anyone with the tempo that we've seen in some of the earlier heats with the ladies, but that's not to say that, you know, they can't keep the consistency, because what we saw before was blinding fast pistols, but then super slow GHD. So this looks like at least it, this is only the first round. It looks a little bit more consistent across the board, across the field. So I think we may just have a little bit more of a race here in this particular heat as we did compared to some of the earlier heats.
Just past the 3-minute mark. This is a 16-minute capped event. Some context in terms of how the first round will go. When we saw the teams that just did a dead sprint right off the start, they were all right about 3 minutes or less. So some of these athletes are actually at that pace set that the teams did, and they only had to do it one time with their set of 50s.
Yeah, so coming back after that first round, it set a time of about 3:30, and we have about 6 ladies that are all within that same realm. So I like I said, I think this is, as we approach the the higher ranking heats, those later heats, we're going to have more well-rounded athletes, and we're going to have the field moving up and down rather than just one or two athletes moving up and down.
And as they move into the round of 40, I feel like if there was any round that you would see some separation and some want to kind of either boosted or taken away, it's going to be the round of 40, especially after that set of 50.
Yeah, well, it's that second round. That's CrossFit, right? It's always round 2. It doesn't matter if it's 10 rounds or 3 rounds. Round 2 is always the worst round, because now you're in the race. You are dealing with all the stuff that happened on your tempo in that first round. And now you realize that you have to be able to keep on going. So there's a lot of elements that kind of jump into that when you're racing. I'm watching to see if we are having a massive tempo difference. And on the GHDs, I don't see too much of a tempo difference. Actually, everyone looks really, really good. I mean, this is coming up to, you know, rep number 90 as we finish this round.
And as we saw coming in to finish the round of 50, it's about the same coming out. So you have a tight race through the middle. I believe that in lane 7, it might be Vera Kolskalainen in lane 7, just above her in lane 6, Emily Dwyer, and all of them are very close. Anna Vigadal, Amiko Nates. So no one's really separating themselves just yet.
Number 1, Leonie Henrich, is a local athlete who already has an invite to the Reebok CrossFit Games.
You know, and again, very consistent pace in lane number 7 with Vera. I mean, we can nitpick on how her body's moving, you know, relative to the tempo, but again, this isn't a training scenario. This is a competition scenario. So it's more about, like, is the work getting done? And she's moving great. Actually, a lot of these women are having that same problem with those knees buckling in. But the tempo, the rate that they're moving in this race is actually really good for the number of pistols that these ladies have to complete.
Is currently crowdfunding her road to Madison. She has her invite.
We've already completed a whole set of 50. Both on the GHD side and pistol side. We're in the round of 40. As we've done 40 GHD sit-ups, a second 10-meter handstand walk. That's Leonie Heinrich in lane number 1. She's working through her second set of pistols. The number is now 40.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience for
on the backside, I think, is lane number 7 with Vera is starting to extend her lead on the rest of the field, as she's done with her set of 40, moving into the set of 30.
And what I really liked is the element of the race. She didn't just quickly walk back. I mean, it was a run back to the floor. So, you know, the fact that she is able to run with that amount of speed, she's putting that much pressure on herself to get back into it. Her legs must be feeling pretty good, because I think, you know, we know that we have already about, you know, 60 reps left to go of the pistols and of the GHD. So I want to see what kind of capacity she has. The tempo is great on the GHD. The tempo is great on the pistol and on the run. She's obviously, at least, is not nervous about breaking down.
And an element of confidence definitely comes into play when you have the volume of reps that they have to do. And, you know, we touch on the handstand walks because it is a part of this, but that confidence of it's jumping off the GHD and kicking up on your hands too. It's like there does need to be some confidence because the handstand walk might not be hard to do, but when you're getting smoked by 150 GHD sit-ups and pistols, you still need the confidence to jump into that handstand walk.
Totally. I mean, and it's the ability, you know, it's okay, you aren't doing, your legs aren't doing a whole lot in the handstand walk, but they do have to stay tight. They have to stay up. You still need to have that. And if everything is smoked out, it's harder to have that. So, again, Vera just looks very comfortable out on the floor at the tempo that she's moving. I like it.
It's starting to turn into a race for second place. Veered on the left side of your screen, leading all athletes. But in the top in lane 1, Leona Heinrich still holding on to that second place position over, I believe now it is Anna Vigadal. It was Emily Dwyer between the two sitting in lane 6, but she has now dropped down to 4th.
Holding on to the first place spot of this heat.
And really the way Vera's moving, it's you know, it's like we've talked about in other events and other heats. It's not a matter of how fast you do your reps, it's how little the rest time is. And she doesn't have a lot of rest. I mean, look at every single one. She stands all the way up, then she goes down. Everything is very metronome-like, but there's no rest. I mean, that's a decent clip getting back to the GHD and then right back onto the GHD and right into it. The transition between that and the handstand walk was negligible. So reps are constantly being done, and as long as the reps are moving, then you're doing really well.
What I do like seeing from Vera is that she is pushing the pace. She's not letting that first place position in her heat, because this is just heat 3 of 4 for event number 6, but she is running back to the GHDs, moving her piece to the next level instead of walking around and kind of that tired waddle that some people forget to do. Is like, no, you're still racing. This is part of the event.
It's a race, man. Whether you're in heat 1 or heat 4, it's still a race, and you're racing everybody.
Through the rounds, and now she's getting ready to finish at her
right side.
Excuse me, the second last set of GHD.
Vera is done with her set. I believe that was a set of 20, or is that a set of 10? It's the last. That's a set of 20.
It's her second to last.
So 20 GHDs, 10-meter handstand walk into 20 pistols. She's getting close to lapping her first athlete.
Handstand walk lies between each of
make that 2
rounds of reps.
Yeah, just right into it.
Trying to keep chase in lane number 5 in the gray tights is Anna Vigadal, and Leona Heinrich all the way up in lane number 1.
In good shape.
But it is all Vera Koskelainen, who has yet to just kind of relinquish any seconds on the other ladies trying to chase her down.
Known for their leg strength.
Crazy.
Now the fastest time we saw in heat 1 that we called, I believe, was close about 13:40. So at the 11-minute mark, she has a very good shot of blasting through that time. And what it was is that, you know, they aren't the fastest pistols we've seen so far, because that happened with Kroll in heat number 1. However, her speed of the GHDs is almost twice as fast as she was doing in heat number 1.
Well, and that's what we were talking about. You know, you start to blend both of the elements of the event rather than just trying to concentrate on one and have a complete active recovery on the other. And, you know, and we expect to see even that happen even more as we move to the heats above this as well.
Vera in the lane number 7 in that white top and black shorts is done with her final 10-meter handstand walk. And all that stands between her and a first-place finish in heat number 3 is 10 pistols as she's approaching the 12-minute mark. So she has had a great event start to finish. It wasn't overly paced and overly sprinted, just a nice, steady, consistent all the way through.
Wow. Yeah, that was a great race. Yay for me. Yay, beat everybody.
Just a little woo.
Here in heat number 3.
Woo me.
Anna Vigadal will cross the finish line, so she moved herself into second place. We didn't say her name until about the round of 30, going into the round of 20. And up the top of the part of your screen is Leonie Heinrich.
She's got the crowd
She'll
behind
cross the
her.
finish line.
She is the fittest woman in the Netherlands.
In the middle
after the
part of your screen, in the
2019
green
Open, and
shorts
she has
and black
completed
top
Red 6.
is Emily Dwyer, who was pushing Vera early on. Now, she had a pretty strong pace on the GHDs and pistols to start in the round of 50 and kind of tailed off in that second round of 40.
Yeah, I think she was just trying to hold pace with Vera, and it just wasn't going to happen. She just realized that it was just a little bit too much. So she may have just gone too deep into that red zone, which slowed her down just a little bit. But still, great finish by her. I love the tempo that she had all the way through as well.
These competitions put completely, well, not completely, but a very different demand on these athletes versus just training at home. There's a lot of moving pieces that you gotta account for. Moving the
I believe that'll be
pieces,
Amiko
moving pieces of
Nates.
equipment.
She'll cross the finish
Because
line.
we want to paint a picture for the crowd as well, and that's a part of competing.
And now that time, at least from what we see on Heat 1, is starting to factor into the third and final, not third and final heat. We have the final heat coming up after this for women's individual event number 6.
Just the physical stuff, but it's also the mental side is very important here in
And just to
these
see
CrossFit
how
events.
far ahead some of these top ladies got.
Is Silje Emil Tonnesen.
Looks like
What?
Wendy Lohman.
From Norway.
I'm just going to say
Last reps here.
this right here. This is one of those movements which is very similar to like an overhead squat, where if you have the range of motion, if you have the mobility to get into the correct positions, not necessarily can you do them fast or not, but if you can get into the right positions, it just gives you one up on the rest of the field. So now you can actually race and move rather than thinking, how the hell am I supposed to keep my balance? How the hell am I supposed to move in this position? I'm going to try to get down low and hope my hip gets down, or my hip, gets below the knee crease or whatever. If you don't have it, it's like you're not even racing anymore. You're just trying to complete some weird task. And so, those of you that don't have that ankle flexibility or that knee flexibility, get it because you need it.
I think for me, it takes about 100 pistols before I'm actually warm to do pistols for the workout itself. It takes a while to get limber.
What are you really going to do when you become a real master? Like when you hit like 40?
I'm going to
Like it's going to take me 1,200 pistols before I'm warm to do 20 pistols in a race.
Yeah, it's usually, I go down, I fall over, and I get back up, and I try that about 50 times, and finally get my first.
Oh, man.
Got about 30 seconds before we hit that 16-minute cap. Again, this is Heat 3. The fourth and final heat is waiting in the wings. This should have a pretty good idea of what is left, and that was our last athlete to cross the finish line. So Heat 3 is done, and from start to finish, it was all Vera. Nice steady pace, never looked like she was out of control, never looked like she was sprinting either way on the GHD or the pistols, but she just never really slowed down.
Yeah, never got to a place where she was uncomfortable. I really liked her tempo on the GHD. It was very, I don't want to say it was conservative. It was a good race clip. Handstand walks, no big deal. Pistols, again, they were meticulous. They weren't overly fast, but every rep was up and then down and then up and then down. There was no rest in between. Transitions were fast, and she's very proud of herself. She got that little, like you said, that little whoop there. But that was a great race, and that I expected as we get to these up top heats, that's what we're going to see.
Well, we have 10 athletes about to take the floor. The fourth and final heat for women's individual event number 6 here at the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown is up next.
Here you guys are seeing the leaderboard for these elite females after 5 events. So after 2 days of competition coming into this event, for the top 10 in first place is Alice Mille with 408 points. She's hanging on to that games invite for now. Manon Angnez, second place with 376 points. And third place is Elena Karatalia Sanauha with 324 points. overall leader, Alice Mill, after 5
Welcome back, folks. Final heat of elite female individual action of event number 6. We saw earlier the men tackled this event. Kind of a marathon, a 16-minute time cap, 50, 40, 30, 20, and 10 repetitions. We got it on the screen right now of GHD sit-ups and alternating pistols. 10-meter handstand walk is required between the two movements. Just so you know, on the men's side, Georgios Karavis won this workout with just under 11 minutes. And now we have a solid race for third place here in this heat. So it's the final heat. This is your top 10 competitors. In lane number 1 from Sweden, Angelica Bengtsson. In lane number 2 from Belgium, Siri Romesmo. In lane number 3 from the United States, Hillary Steele. In lane number 4 from Spain, Elena Caratala-Sanahua. Lane number 5, your overall leader going into this event number 6 from Sweden, Alice Mille. In lane number 6, sitting in second place overall, Manon Anganaise from Belgium. In lane number 7 from Germany, Nina Kuhler. In lane number 8, also from Sweden, Philippa Firm. And in lane number 9 from UK, Taylor Howe. So solid race for third place. As I said, Alice Mille has 32 points over Manon Anganaise, who's sitting in second, which has a 52-point lead over Sanahua in third place. But after that, as our ladies are launched into the action for the first 50 GHD sit-ups, so between third and seventh place, there's only 14 points. So the last place on the podium is up for grabs.
And with still 2 events remaining for these females,
and
plenty of points
unless we see a complete breakdown, which of course we don't want to see, Alice Mille is going to take the tickets to the Reebok CrossFit Games. With only 2 events to go, I repeat, she has a 32-point lead over Manon Anganaise, who is sitting in second. Manon Anganaise is an interesting athlete. Loves to compete in teams, and she trains in her own garage gym. So out of her own garage gym, doing an absolute outstanding work with her fitness. As you can see, she's obviously sitting in second place on the leaderboard, almost at the end of this 2019 Reebok CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown.
Are your top-ranked elite female athletes.
Already some hands in the air, of course, in the middle of the pack. In lane number 3, Hillary Steele was the first first to the pistols.
And Hillary, one of the shorter athletes.
Manon Anganaise is second.
Event right here, especially with these pistol squats, that is an advantage because she has to move less distance than the other athletes, so she can cycle those reps.
Firm is third. And I like that Philippa Firm made her way back in this top 10, as yesterday she was sitting in the heat number 3 in the events number 4 and 5. She actually took her heat in event number 4, a
white t-shirt and headband.
Performance that obviously helped her make her way into this top 10. So Manon Ganez is probably looking to win this event, try to make quick work of these pistols and extend her lead over Alice Mille, but Hillary Steele, no signs of slowing down at all. Look at her go. Perfect execution on the GHD sit-ups. Also a shorter athlete, which helps in these kind of movements. Organize holding on to the second place, jumping on the GHD and already back for the round of 40. Taking third right now is Siri Romesmo from Belgium.
That mount on the GHD, not wasting any time climbing in. We're seeing Tyla Howe from the UK. They're finishing up her first round of pistol squats.
But once again, as you know, it's not because you're leading early in that workout that you are going to win it.
Advancing her chest piece there.
This can be a very, very tricky situation when your midline starts giving up. And only 10 meters of handstand walk doesn't seem a lot. But when your midline is shot, and those pistols also with the quads, you know you have to use your quads to fire up the GHD sit-ups.
Only one athlete behind her on the GHD even has their judge's hand in the air.
Can be harder and harder to move and move fast. And by the way, I'm saying firing those quads, but you do that by, we'll probably see it on the screen, but by kicking with your heels. This is the most efficient and fastest technique. You don't want to be caught using, like, muscling these sit-ups all the way up to touch the feet cushion.
And also 7th at the Asia CrossFit Championship.
One hell of a race here. We see in lane number 10, Whitney Stephenson.
Earlier this year.
Hillary Steele wasting no time. She is crushing this workout, climbing the GHD machine and already back on her set of 30.
Onto the 30s, and as these reps decrease, we might even see Hillary Steele lap some other athletes on the floor.
And Alice Mille, your overall leader, now kicking down and starting her 40 pistols.
Through everything, just working through it, and she's going to want to make a statement.
She is chasing the second place overall. Manon Ganez, that's right to her left. But look at Hillary Steele, ladies and gentlemen, an absolute stellar work. She is moving so fast, already down to the set of 30. And once again, just to give you an idea, on the men's side, the workout was won with just below 11 minutes, and Hillary Steele is on her way to crush this time, as she is already 10 repetitions in of pistols.
I thought Steele now lapping Elena Sanahuya, coming in from Spain.
And I can never say it enough, you need to save your midline. You need to be able to move, to transition to the pistols. Alice Mille keeping a great pace, still chasing Organize and Hillary Steele.
Separating those two athletes, and it looks like Elena Sanauja right now.
Hand in the air for Steele.
Back a little bit, so there's going to be some athletes finishing between
Last pistols
Steele, a former U.S. national gymnastics team member,
running back to the GHD. This is not supposed to be a cardiovascular endurance workout, but this is how Hillary Steele is turning it into.
Six boding well for Hillary Steele. She is there on the left half of your screen.
Siri Moresmo
Already on the home stretch.
kicking up back to the pistols.
As we still have a few athletes working on their round of 40s.
Very different event here for Hillary Steele. Showing us incredible execution on this handstand walk. It's the Steele
Looks like she'll be
handstand
ready
sprint
to
here.
start working on her set of 20 pistols. How fast can she go?
Hillary Steele leaving the rest of the field in.
Alice Mile on her hands.
The split time of Vera
Same thing for
Costa
Nina
was
Kuhler,
10:56.
chasing her.
So we're still
Mano
2
Angana is now
minutes
done
away
with her
from that,
30
as
pistols.
Hillary Steele is finishing up her round of
It's going to be a tight race to the finish. Bear with me, folks.
new time to beat.
We'll look at this finish line.
Even take the entire
Hand in the air. Hillary Steele has only 5 pistols to go and the all round of 10.
For Steele here in her round of 20s. It's an advancement of her chess piece and a sprint down the line. No other competitors even close to her, but Hillary Steele looking to make
Final
a
10
statement
repetitions
here
on the GHD machine. She never slowed down.
Then 10
What
for Steele,
a clinic she is putting up.
going quickly for all
Hillary
athletes, but
Steele,
especially here for Hillary Steele.
final 10 meters on her hands.
her last handstand walk. This is what
On
it
her
looks
way
like
to
when
an
she
event
gets
win
to
here
the
for event number 6 at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown.
10 more pistols to go for Hillary Steele, and she's going to rack up a first place in event number 6, 100 points towards her total score as she's trying to make a push for that top
3 reps to
on the
go.
leaderboard.
I love a good
Wow.
leaderboard
10-10.
and the crowd goes wild.
And Mano Anganais is going to secure the second spot
Hillary Steele making easy work of event 6.
on event number 6.
10 minutes
Alice
and 10
Mile
seconds was the finish time for
with a
Hillary.
great performance as well. These ladies
And now we're waiting
are
to
going
see
faster
which one of the athletes
than
will be the next one
what the
to
men
take
showed
that
us.
round. And it looks like it's going to be Manon Angnese on lane number 6 right there in the pink sports
Mano
car.
Anganais back to her
She
final
starts her last
10.
GHD sit-ups.
As Taylor Howe is shown on the screen right now. You don't want to fall in the final steps. Here we go. Alice Mile, ladies and gentlemen, has passed Mano Anganais. And it looks like, oh no, I'm sorry about this. Mano Anganais has 1 round in front of Alice Mile.
We were looking at
She is going to take second more than a minute
there in the gray
and a half
black pants.
after Hillary Steele.
Manon Angonese edging out Philippa Firm.
Philippa Firm, former gymnast as well,
Heading
crossing the finish line.
PhD for her final set of sit-ups is Alice Mille.
And Alice Mile, a taller athlete.
Mille coming into this event sitting in first place, but allowing quite a bit of the field to pass her up here.
Trying to
on
make
event 6.
everything she can to limit the damages.
Her last handstand
The more
walk,
athletes
handstand
are
walk
getting in between
there for Angelica Bengston.
Organize
Siri
and
Romesmo,
Mile. As we
successfully
saw
going
Romesmo
fit
getting
to
it
finish
done.
that.
The more these athletes are getting in there, the more the chances are for Anganais to open the door and actually punch the ticket to the Reebok CrossFit Games. Oh, a little hard time here for Mile on her last handstand walks.
Here in this heat to get all of these females across the
But
finish
here she
line.
comes.
16 minutes is the time cap here in this event 6. Last heat
Taking a short break.
of this event. Female elites, top 10 on the floor right now. And it was the Hillary Steele show here in this heat.
Alice Mile, the Swedish athlete.
In 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Over a minute and
No problem on moving on her pistols.
faster than the next
She's going to be able to finish the work
absolutely destroying the field as we're seeing
just in
these athletes
front
finish here.
of Philippa Firm.
Right there on lane 4, Elena Sanauha trying to get her second to last handstand walk down. So this
Sanahua
is proving to be difficult
on her hands, getting passed
Sanauha, and that might mean she's
by Bengtsson, fellow Swedish athlete as well.
Coming into this event, she was 3rd place, but this is gonna hurt
5
her
reps to go
chances
for
of trying to
Bengtsson.
raise herself onto that podium.
Last reps there for Angelica Bengtsson.
Just under 2 minutes to go, Sanahua.
Coming from Sweden.
And if you remember, there are only 14 points between the 3rd and the 6th place.
Here with
So it's all up for grabs, and that's going to hurt Sanahua.
the rest of the
Going
ladies
back
in
for
third
her
and
last
eighth
round of
place.
10 reps.
And
This
not
is,
wasting
this
any
is going to
time.
hurt her on the leaderboard. We'll see on the next event how this is going to unfold,
Attempting to still finish event number 6 in under the 6.
as we have only one final event to go.
Center top of your screen showing we are at the 14-minute.
The 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown presented by Reebok. Final reps on the GHD sit-up. And as you know, it's all about community with these competitors. As we're heading on the final minute,
Kicking up to her handstand walk. And she's trying to get several segments done.
all of these ladies cheering on for Sanahua to get the work done. She's halfway through the handstand walks, looking strong. Crossing the finish line now, 10 pistols to go. Can she do it?
Less than 30 seconds to go. She should be able to get
Absolutely, she's dancing, ladies and gentlemen, jumping from one leg to the other
with the rest of her competitors.
and crossing the finish line. Finally,
Seconds remaining. That means all of these 10
that's all she wrote for event number 6. Thanks for tuning in.
they all get
Time for us to hit a short break, and we will be back in just a few minutes with event number 7. Thanks for being with us. This is Greg Longto, and we will see you just a little later.
Event 6, the Hillary Steele Show. There she is, our event 6 winner. Taking the rest of the competition field by storm. Here kicking off day 3 of competition at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. Our elite females, our top 10, took to the floor for our GHD handstand walk and pistol test, but all eyes were on Hillary Steele, former national champion gymnast, making insane quick time of our fitness test event 6, finishing in an unofficial 10 minutes and 10 seconds.
I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Marley can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Bill Grundler here, and I just want to thank you for watching the rebroadcast of the Lowlands Throwdown. I know myself and the other commentators are having a blast bringing it to you. The other thing I need to tell you guys about is a podcast that myself and Chase Ingram are doing. It's called Get With The Programming. It's an analytical view of all the programming that's out there, the competition landscape, all the templated programs landscape, and we take a real good analytical look at, is it good programming or is it not good programming? It's a great podcast. If you are into that kind of thing and you really want to find out if programming is good or not, you got to check it out. Make sure you subscribe to that today and enjoy the rest of the weekend, you guys.
right, folks, welcome to the final day of the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. I am Armin Hammer, and we're going to be taking a look at the final team event, Event 7. This is a team event that's going to have individual challenges and team challenges all just thrown in there for a smorgasbord of fitness, if you would. The workout looks something like this. The first individual athlete on the team, female, is going to do 4 rope climbs and 4 clean and jerks at 80 kilos. Then the first male athlete is going to do 4 rope climbs, 4 clean and jerks at 115 kilos. Then the second female athlete is going to do 2 rope climbs, 2 clean and jerks at 90 kilos. Second male athlete is going to do 2 rope climbs, 2 clean and jerks at 125 kilos. And then as a team, they're going to complete 30 worm clean and jerks. And this all must be done in under 10 minutes. We're going to be taking a look at Heat 1 of 2, which is going to be including these following teams. In Lane 2, Pump Bar International. In Lane 3, CrossFit Weston Wind. In Lane 4, Team Kempen. In Lane 5, the Box Hub and Compex. In Lane 6, Team Butcher's Lab. Lane 7, Team Norse. Lane 8, The Brutes. And Lane 9, Vondel Gym. This is going to be a combination of individual sprints and team coordination. 4 rope climbs, 4 clean and jerks, 4 rope climbs, 4 clean and jerks for the first 2 athletes, 2 rope climbs, 2 clean and jerks for the second 2 athletes. Increasing weight. It's gonna be brutal right off the bat. We've seen that rope climb clean and jerk combo at the CrossFit Games in the past. It was the kickoff event for the 2011 CrossFit Games. And after they do all that, it's not over yet. They gotta hop up on there, get that worm, and do 30 worm clean and jerks. So kicking it off here, 4 rope climbs and 4 clean and jerks for the first athlete.
They came as a team and they must leave as a team.
At this point of the weekend, man, these teams are tired, but they're also pumped because this is the last event. They can showcase some coordination with the worm as well as some individual talents on the rope climbs and the clean and jerks. And that's a good combination, knowing that you can just wrap it up strong and get it going. Looks like Box Hub and Compex moving on to those clean and jerks first. Followed closely by Butcher's Lab.
Excuse me, this is team the Box Hub and Compex team.
This first barbell is 80 kilos.
First team to have their female athlete across that line.
Ooh, we've got some no reps here. This is a heavy bar. This is a tough first weight to start off with. It's again one of those questions of who do you put first? Do you put someone who you know is going to struggle so that your stronger athletes can hit the heavier weights, or do you put your stronger athlete knowing that you're going to be able to get through it, but your weaker athlete might struggle with the heavier weights? This is a tough one. This is a conundrum, a dilemma. But such is the challenge of strategy when it comes to team workouts. There it is, Box Hub and Compex, the first team to send their female athlete through. Their male competitor kicking it off, he also has to do 4 rope climbs and 4 clean and jerks.
Across that line. Passing it off to male athlete number 1.
Especially in this first heat, this is going to come down to how these ladies are able to move these heavy barbells. I believe with the gentlemen, they're going to
strong rope climbs out of this athlete, while many of the women on the other teams are still getting after it with those clean and jerks.
So that means if the first athlete takes a lot of time away from the rest of the team, that might cost them later on in the event.
male athlete number 1 in the white shirt there, now on the left side of the screen, approaching his barbell. 4 repetitions required for male athlete number 1 of the clean and jerk. It's a good clean, a fight.
Ooh, a little wobbly on that front foot, but a strong and good lift on his first attempt there.
There we're seeing some split jerk technique.
Great split jerk.
From Team Bundle Gym Rebels, their first female athlete.
It is a good rep outside of your view currently for the Brutes.
We're looking at Box Hub. It's our male athlete, the white shirt, the maroon shorts.
Successfully complete her 4 clean and jerks at 80 kilos.
The only male athlete on the floor right now.
And now the only other male on the floor is from the
Remember, we have a 10-minute cap on this workout.
male athlete on to the floor.
And that first barbell is just chewing these women up and spitting them out.
Complex team, but there we saw Tim from the Brutes working on his 4 rope climbs, and the crowd going wild for Team Kempen. Female athlete fighting hard to get that 80-kilo bar overhead. But it's the
And there it is. Moving on to the second female competitor for the Box Hub and Compex.
Off the barbell, and they pass the work to their second female athlete. A little bit different rep scheme.
The second set of competitors only have to do 2 rope climbs and 2 clean and jerks, just heavier. And she made short work out of those rope climbs, already moving on to the barbell.
Equating to about 198 pounds.
Five minutes in with a 10-minute time cap as this female athlete from Team Bundle Gym Rebels trying to get that bar overhead.
Ooh, good save.
Just that.
Strong lift there.
A little bit of wobbling going on there, and she still has at least 1 more rep to do before she can release that first male athlete.
Here on the center part of your screen, being hidden by her teammate in the teal.
There's the Box Hub and Compex in the pink. Just getting that bar overhead. And there it is. She's going to go ahead and move on, and their final member is going to begin 2 rope climbs and 2 clean and jerks. And I got to say, I don't think he's really worried about this. He's blitzing through those rope climbs. If I had to guess, I don't, but if I had to, I would say he's probably not going to have too much trouble with these 2 last clean and jerks. We're about 6 minutes in, just over 6 minutes in, and they still have to do 30 clean and jerks as a team. Oh, power clean at 125 kilos. Easy peasy. Into a push jerk. Yep. Yep, no problem. 2 rope climbs, 2 clean and jerks. Yeah, no problem. I got that.
1 rep in, 1 rep to go.
Can't take too much time to rest, though, because they still have to do 30 worm clean and jerks before they can finish this off, and they only have 10 minutes total to finish that. So they're at 6:45 right now. By the time he finishes up this lift and they get onto the worm, they're only going to have less than 3 minutes. So they've got to book it.
With 125 kilograms, ladies and gentlemen.
A little bit of communication there. Make sure everyone's on the same page.
As the Box Hub and Compex team are now starting to work on the worm. So worm, clean, and jerks to finish off here.
Ooh, a little bit of struggle. A little bit of struggle on the worm.
Advance the worm after every set of 10 repetitions.
You can see them now in the center part of your screen.
2.5 minutes remaining until the time cap, and Box Hub and Compex is the only team on that final portion of this workout, the 30 worm clean and jerks.
To work together as a team, their communication skills. These guys spending close to 30 seconds there discussing some technique and some strategy. The clock ticks to the 8-minute mark, and we are approaching our 10-minute time cap.
Less than 2 minutes to go here.
In the air for the box hub and complex team, indicating that they have
We've still got plenty of athletes on their clean and jerks. This is our team, the Brutes, second female, the orange shorts.
in each area. Then they will have to advance the worm down the line before continuing to chip away at their reps.
Here she goes.
Consisting of 4 pieces. The front section weighing 100 pounds, which is approximately 40 kilograms. A little bit more.
Really solid jerk after what looked like a difficult clean.
Is 100 pounds, and the last one 70 pounds again.
Just over 1 minute remaining until the 10-minute time cap.
358 pounds with a few filler bags in between. That's equivalent to 162 kilograms. As the box team, the box hub and complex team advance their worm for the first time, that means they are done with 10 repetitions with that worm.
Box hub and complex moving into the second set of 10 worm clean and jerks. Looking like they're getting a little more comfortable with each rep.
And the clock is moving even
Good lift out of Vondel Gym.
more quickly.
Moving their final female
10-minute time cap.
into her rope climbs, and there it is.
Second female
Good work for the Brutes.
able to successfully
About 20 seconds remaining in this
90 kilo,
10-minute time cap.
barbell for 2 repetitions, and they pass the work off to Harley in the red shorts there. See if he has enough time with 7 seconds on the clock.
And still just the one team, box hub and complex,
And complex team.
getting to the worm. Wow. What a performance out of that team. It's not like the other teams are slouches. It's just that hard. It's just that hard.
But it was the box hub and complex team.
Heavy barbells make a lot of people very excited to watch fitness. And I got to say, when you put heavy barbells that are going to stop a bunch of people in their tracks, there's kind of, it's like it's bittersweet. You want to see people challenged. You want to see people failing. You want to see people put in a position to do things they didn't think were possible. At the same time, you also want to see people succeed. So, really pushing the limits here in terms of the capabilities of these athletes. And I think every single one of these athletes learned something on what they may need to work on when it comes to competition events like this.
The Reebok CrossFit Games 2019 in Madison, Wisconsin, later on this summer. As these teams right here on the floor are finished with their event and with their total weekend of competition here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown 2019. And now these teams taking the field for the final time here in Apeldoorn, the Netherlands. As we're now going to still take a look at that first heat and what happened there for those 8 teams that took on event number 7. Clean and jerks, rope climbs in the first part individually, and then worm, clean and jerks to finish off. It was the box hop and complex team that got the furthest down the field out of those teams, the only team to get to the worm, and they set the new score to beat. But I'm betting that a few of these teams coming up in the next heat will finish this entire workout. The battle is between Bearbells Prepared and Mayhem Europe. For that
I'm
top
Chase
spot.
Singham. Alongside with me is Bill Grundler. And as it stands now, barbells prepared, still holding their lead, 570 points. Mayhem Europe holding on to second with Vondel Gym in third. But with this final event, I don't see anything changing, at least on the first place position. But the way it's set up, it's going to be a fun final event to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a race for sure. And, you know, the fact that barbells prepared had such a cushion coming into today, that definitely saved them, because that last event was a little damaging to them. But again, they're still up. You know, what is that? Almost 54 points. So they still have a nice cushion. And this is going to set up to be a very fun, aggressive event. I love the fact that the way they have it set up, you know, four rope climbs, 4 cleans, both men and women, then 2 and 2 for the men and women. And it's some heavy weight that these athletes have to do, but it's still a fast sprint. And then just to, you know, just to glisten the worm work on top of that, like with every team event, you got to put that worm in there. And to end the competition in this event with that 30 worm clean and jerks, this should be a fast one. I mean, 10-minute time cap, these guys are going to be getting after it.
Final event of the teams underway. Heat number 2. The first athlete will be the female athlete. They'll do 4 rope climbs and then 4 clean and jerks at 80 kilos, about 176, close to 180 pounds for the women. And the way it's set up and split up, those weights aren't terribly heavy at all. The rep scheme's pretty short. This is a gas pedal event for these teams up until those 30 clean and jerks on the worm.
You know, and you can have either your, it looks like we have the women going out there first. And the fact, I'm shocked that I didn't see a little bit more aggressive attack on some of the rope climbs for some of those ladies. You know, that first athlete, their job is to get the heck out of the way. So you want to have your athletes that can really get moving. You can see Laura Horvath right there on the right-hand side of your screen, the all black. I mean, touch and go, grip and rip off the bar. Again, get out of the way so your other athletes can finish. You can get your guys and your girls down to that worm.
So Mayhem Europe's first athlete out of the way, that was Laura Horvath. And this is more of the pace you'll see as Mayhem Europe's, man, it's, you know, you can't really touch and go a rope climb, but technically you can get pretty close. It's just drop the feet and don't let go of your hands and go right back up the rope.
Exactly.
The 4 rope climbs done, and the men's weighed at 115 kilos, about 255 pounds. They'll do 4 reps of this. Now, the tricky part is, and I think the weights can be deceptive, because you look at 255, and that's not much for 4 reps. Those short bars dramatically change the ease of that lift.
Yeah, and it's because you don't have the same flex. And so if you've been training with the classic length of a bar and you get heavy weight on there, there's a flex to that, especially when you clean it up and it gets through your shoulders and you get a little bit of that bounce as you go into that jerk. So the shorter bar is going to be much more stiff, and so it's a true movement rather than any sort of momentum that's built up on that bar.
Start to lose that whip.
You have to whip it good.
All right, Mayhem Europe still holding on to that lead as they'll move into the second female athlete. The rep scheme drops to 2 and 2, but the weight goes up. And we still have a lot of female athletes still struggling at that first barbell.
And, you know, when I looked at the event initially, one of the things I was thinking was, obviously, you put your stronger athlete on the initial. You want to put your stronger athlete on the heavier weight. But the thing is that the weight difference isn't that big between the two. It's only, you know, what does that end up being? It ends up being about 20 pounds or so. So that's not that much. So your first athlete, even though they're doing a lower weight, they end up doing a lot more work because they're having to do double the amount of reps. So you really have to think about, I think, ideally you have your male pair or your female pair. You want them as pretty close, and then I say go with your stronger athlete at the lighter weight, just so that you can get them through that.
Mayhem Europe in the center part of your screen. Final athlete is on the field as he'll tackle 2 rope climbs and then 2 clean and jerks at 125 kilos, 275 pounds.
Christoph Horvath there in the center of your screen from that bird's eye view. Blue shorts.
And already to the bar. I don't know if he got no rep there by the judge. They were talking about the lockout.
I don't know what they're talking about. That was great. Ooh.
There's a no rep for you. And when it's just 2 reps, Phil Hesketh on the left side of your screen for Barbells Prepared has now moved himself at least with a 1 rep tie for Mayhem Europe in Christoph Horvath.
That's a great lift.
So he did get no rep on that very first one. So they're going to fall behind as Hesketh does the micro split, and they'll move into 30 worm clean and jerks for time to end this final event.
I don't know what the issue was with that first rep. I mean, I really liked the way he did that push press. Now here's the problem is that he had to do 1 extra rep and immediately go right into the worm on the clean and jerk. So he's working on that fatigue compared to the rest of the team. So they need to be very smart about how their communication is. But I do like this. Mayhem is mayhem. And look at the way they work that worm. It's the same sort of a tempo that Rich does with his Mayhem team. They all reset on that shoulder before they drop it.
A little reset on the opposite shoulder, making sure the worm hits flat and concise across and even, making that 1/2 a second to just reestablish a good grip, a good pull through the middle, and a reset on the other side.
But here comes Team Bearbells Prepared.
Now Mayhem Europe starting to lose a bit more time and distance on Barbells Prepared.
Team Bearbells Prepared.
Yeah, Barbells Prepared. I mean, like they aren't as. It's not as pretty as the Mayhem team as their cadence is, but they're racing, like they're getting after it, and they aren't getting out of control. Even though you start to see that worm is starting to get a little bit off kilter when it hits the ground.
And it looks like they are going to give us a show all the way through. The clock ticks past the 6-minute mark.
So it looks like 15 reps done, and now we're starting to lose a little communication. I think what it was is they weren't in the right squares to do their second set of 10, so they had to move it forward. So that's some valuable time lost on Mayhem Europe, and we can see the hand is in the air for both judges, so now they're only separated by a rep or 2.
They are on the right side of your screen.
Center part of your screen is Mayhem Europe. Just to their left is Barbells Prepared. Barbells Prepared in no danger of losing that overall first place position, but as all teams come in and as competitive as they are, they're still going to fight to the finish in terms of trying to win this event.
Man, Barbells Prepared, they look great. The tempo that they're moving. I mean, they're riding the line of proper movement and being as efficient as possible, but still really pushing the tempo. I think what Mayhem is doing is they're just a little bit too conservative. They're doing the rhythm and the pattern, but they aren't racing it. And I think that's something they need to pick it up just a touch. I mean, their form is like too good to be going that slow. You know what I mean?
Hand in the air for Barbells Prepared. Designating less than 5 reps to go. Now hand in the air for Mayhem Europe. Barbells Prepared on the left. Mayhem Europe below them. This might be the final rep for Barbells Prepared, and they'll leave with a first place finish and solidify their 2019 Lowlands Throwdown Championship.
That is a statement right there. That is their 5th first place.
Yeah, what an unreal finish by those guys. Just start to finish, super strong. And you know, it really helped that they had that 1 rep, that 1 no rep by Christoph. And again, I don't really know what that was. But that 1 extra rep took a lot out of Christoph. You saw him fail on that next rep, trying to attempt that. So that's 2 that he had to end up doing again. And that's a lot of extra work he had to do, which, it affected the team.
And it was close. It was close by the end, separated, I would say, at least by maybe 20 seconds. and he lost
Yeah.
weight more than that on the barbell. So
Oh yeah.
it does come
Yeah.
down. In the end, it does come down to those little things, those tiny little minute details that people tend to overlook. And you know, it's good to see. You know, that's a good team. Barbells Prepared is a good team. I think that's what Alexander Caron, Phil Hesketh coming
Yeah.
together. I mean, you got some strong athletes on both sides for both men and women on that team. That's a strong team to contend with.
Totally. So you can't afford to get those no reps. And that thing is, sometimes you don't get that choice. I mean, judging is a active element, and that's always going to be there. There's always going to be the human element, the human aspect of that. And you know, sometimes the reps go your way, and sometimes they don't.
They will have 30 seconds to complete their last 10 reps.
About 30 seconds until we hit that 10-minute cap.
Further back is
I'm chasing a fly. I'm just gonna. Anybody that's watching, there's a fly in my face. It's gonna be real.
And this is the last 7 seconds of competition here for these teams.
And that will do it for the team competition here at the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown. 7 events. And the way it looked like on the leaderboard, I think that Barbells Prepared won 4 of those 7 events. I mean, what a performance by that team.
Yeah, super strong. Very coordinated. I mean, obviously very strong. We already know that, but physically strong. But a very coordinated team. You know, obviously when you have a couple on the team, you know, that's a long-time couple, that communication is going to be there. So that's one less person that you have to try to figure out what they're doing and when they're doing it. You already know that that's going to happen, you know, and Phil and Mia. So great athletes. These guys have been around a long time, a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge. And the way they executed that last event, I think they put the right people in the right places. Granted, they did have that nice little plus by Christoph getting that no rep and then missing the next rep. So, I mean, again, that's 2 reps that he had to do again that really played in their favor, and then they just went for it. Love their tempo on that worm work, and just what a strong way to finish. Crush the weekend for sure.
Absolute dominance from 3 days of dominance for this team. And we got to see them compete in Dubai a little bit after this. And they had a strong showing there too.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of experience with that team. So it was really fun over the weekend to see that. But that right there was that drop by Christoph. And the reason that happened, he didn't know why he got the no rep, but he went right into trying to get that barbell again. So it was just a little bit too soon. But, you know, the tempo, the efficiency that the barbell teams had, unreal. Those guys are great. They were great, and they showed the prowess for sure.
So your 2019 team champions for the Lowlands Throwdown. Congratulations to Barbells Prepared.
To that moment, what was it like when you realized that you made it to the top of the podium?
Yeah, it was such a amazing feeling, I think, for all of us, because from us 4 sort of meeting, which was for the first time we ever met each other, was for the qualifiers for this event.
Wow!
It became like quite an intense like friendship. Like, because we were so all in, everyone, and we got on together so well. And we had sort of 2 trips to Dubai training camps, and then the trip to Lowlands, and spent a lot of time together in that time. So I think it was just such a, I don't know, an overwhelming like relief, like happiness. Like we were all like we were all so pumped to try and get to the games because we'd all been doing this for like a really long time, had multiple attempts. We'd all kind of been on in different ways, individual or team before. So it was just really, really cool to be able to do that all together. Because we sort of consider ourselves such good friends. And yeah, it just ended up being just a really cool experience to do that together.
I know it was a while ago, it was a year ago this weekend, but can you take me back through the weekend? Were there any particular like highs or lows, events that stood out to you?
I think a really funny event to talk about is the first worm event, like on the track.
Okay.
Yeah. We were in the last heat because we qualified high up, and like we'd only ever practiced just like drop and go worm cleans, like clean drop, and it's like Fronin's team never ever do touch and go, so we don't need to practice touch and go.
They always win. They never do touch and go.
It's a good benchmark.
I never saw them do touch and go ever. And then like the first heat of this 40 worm clean sprint starts, and like 3 teams start doing touch and go, and we're like, they're gonna blow up. Yeah,
they don't know.
The next heat, some more teams do it. And like one of them goes unbroken the whole way, 40 cleans, and like was really fast. And then we started like looking at each other like, should touch and go? And I'm like, no. Fronin's team never does it. They never do it, so we're not doing it.
Right.
And then we were kind of like doubting each other. And then the heat, second to last heat goes, and some really fast times doing touch and go. And we were like, oh shit, what do we do?
Oh no.
And then so Alex actually said, we went back and forth so many times between our game plan originally and, okay, let's try some touch and go. We've never tried it before. Like, we don't know the rhythm, the timing. And just before, like literally seconds before we start, Alex was like, we're doing touch and go. If it goes wrong, we just change back to the old plan. And then we ended up doing touch and go the whole way and won the event.
But then also we were like, if someone shouts drop, we have to drop. Like, we have to respect that person. It was like, yeah. If someone shouts drop, we drop.
Yeah, but no one wants to be that person.
You said it.
Oh, was it you?
Yeah.
So it's like, drop! And everybody else is, no!
You're like, guys, great fit. We have to respect our athletes. And as soon as Phil drop it, everyone's like, no, Phil, you suck.
No, shut up. But it ended up going really well. Yeah, and we took first. Like I think we won 5 out of the 7 events. So it ended up being like a really, really good weekend.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one was funny. Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, it definitely has to be a testament to the fact that you guys like became really fast friends and like obviously had great synergy and obviously had great communication, because I don't think a team that didn't have some sort of, like tight connection like that would be able to switch on a dime. I mean, that's really what we've seen a lot of times since the inclusion of these like super teams or teams that might not meet each other or train together until they find an event they want to go to, is that they might all be great athletes, but communication oftentimes breaks down. Sin, did you have any moments where you were like, oh, I'm really glad we're in this together, the 4 of us, because otherwise it would have been kind of tricky?
All the time. Yeah, we really fit as both friends and as athletes. We kind of feel each other in on the movements. So yeah, I'm really happy I have Mia on my team when it's lifting, and I think she was happy when it was burpees or running.
And running. Balance each other out a little bit.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Now it's been a crazy year, obviously, since last year's event, and a lot that's been going on in the world has affected how you guys as elite athletes have been able to train and prepare. So just tell me a little bit about what these last couple months have been like for you guys, and in general, and also in terms of like your training and preparation to continue in the CrossFit Games season.
Well, maybe I can start.
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
I've been injured since games or before the games.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't been training normally ever since, actually. So the corona situation hasn't done it actually not even worse or better. But not seeing like other people train normal has maybe don't stress me out that much. It has kind of been a bit good to see that other people haven't been training as much, because I haven't been training as much either. So yeah, but I'm getting back to it slowly. So yeah.
Yeah, sort of like level playing field in some respect, where everyone's just going through it at once, and all the unknown exists for everyone. But Phil and Mia, you guys haven't had maybe as much of a lockdown situation as some other folks around the world.
No, we've still been sort of training from home though, because I mean it is still you know, we're not just kind of, even though we can go to the gym, we're not sort of ignoring the fact that it's maybe not the best, you know, the best thing to do. And the general advice here has been, if you can do something from home, then do it. So if we can train from home, we're going to. Yeah, I mean, like we had after the games, Mia and I changed a lot of things in our lives. Like we got married after the games, we started a business, we moved country, and the whole plan this year was that it was like trading was kind of taking a bit of a back seat, and we were kind of focused on starting a family. It just was so happened that, and we went to Australia to see friends, but also do the Australia Championships, and Mia ended up, you know, winning a game spot. Just because, you know, that's what she does.
Right, of course.
We're just here to have fun and see our friends, and then she qualifies for the game. So that obviously, like, you know, puts a little bit of back and forth. But our plan is still pretty focused on, you know, the plan for this year was trying to start a family and not really spending all our time being athletes. And the fact that the gyms have, or the sort of current situation has slowed the pace of everything down. It's taken that temptation away of even being able to compete. Has actually made that decision much easier to kind of slow down a little bit on the athlete side. And who knows next year, like when things pick up again, if we'll probably start to ramp things up again then. But for now, it's actually quite nice to slow everything down a little bit and focus on some other things besides just competing.
Definitely.
It was so nice to go to the games that last time all together. It made that, you know, even looking back on it now, like even more sort of special and enjoyable, because I think all four of us we've been doing it for a long time and got a lot of other things going on in our life. Like being an athlete is not, you know, absolute 100% for any of us, I don't think. So it's just, it's something we prioritize, but it's not absolutely everything anymore. So it's nice to look back on that games experience that we had together and it being such a good experience.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good point too, to remember that you guys all have a lot of other things going on, and you guys have a life and a business, and you're still in school, right?
Yeah.
So given the fact that professional athletes, but probably especially professional CrossFit athletes, probably need to be forced to calm down and take a break and slow down a little bit, maybe more so than others.
Yeah.
Well, congrats, guys. You guys did an awesome job last year. Really excited to see what this next year brings for you, and hopefully we can get back to watching you compete sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, not what I wanted to do.
On the sound of the horn, that means it is go time. Event number 7 underway now for our elite males. We have 7 athletes on the floor currently. In lane number 2 is Pablo Cazalis. Lane 3 is Guillaume Magnot. In lane number 4 is Timothy Kavanaugh. In lane 5 is Adnan Murguz. In lane 6 is Joao Ferreira. In lane 7 is Kaspar Murup, and in lane 8 is Oscar Tyberg.
So now several of the men approaching their bars. No repetitions yet on the clean and jerk. Now the first athletes getting that bar onto their shoulders. And after every repetition, these athletes will advance their bar forward to the next section on the floor. So this will be easy for you to follow along as well.
Every rep needing to be completed in the following box. A power clean and split jerk there for Oscar Tyberg. Tyberg with the bar up to his shoulders again, and a quick split jerk, getting that 115 kilo bar overhead. Bar currently loaded to 253 pounds. Tyberg gets set. And another easy power clean and split jerk allows Tyberg to head back to the rope. Second half of this event starts with 2 rope climbs now. Finishes with 2 clean and jerks, but with a heavier barbell. Tyberg now a half of a rope climb behind Adnan Murgus. Tyberg being directed by his judge to go back up and over the barbell before he approaches his last task of his competition here. 2 clean and jerks here at 125 kilos. 275 pounds on the bar here.
No problem right there for Oscar Tyberg. He advances his bar forward. 1 more rep to go for him, and then it's just a little sprint to the finish mat with over a minute still remaining within that 4-minute time cap.
A little wonky on the back foot, but he is able to recover an unofficial finish of 3 minutes and 9 seconds, setting the first time to beat. In next, that's Adnan Murgus. And a good push jerk overhead for Guillaume Magnot.
So Guillaume racking out 3rd place in the heat behind Oscar Tyberg and Adnan Murgus.
2 gentlemen on the field will have now 3, 2, and that is it for our quick sprint to the finish for our first heat of elite men. The time to beat set there by Oscar from Sweden.
207 was the tie break. 309 was the ending time. Perfect. Congrats. Good job.
These athletes here now wrapping up their day and their weekend of competition. Having completed event 7.
Oh, that was good.
As we see these men now start with those rope climbs, 4 of them, 4 clean jerks with that 115 kilo bar. It is Oscar Tyberg making it look really easy. Right there, that was his last clean and jerk, and he races across the finish line in 3 minutes and 9 seconds, unofficially takes the heat. Adnan Murgus taking 2nd place in the heat, and Guillaume Magnois 3rd place in this first heat.
Men's individual event number 7, heat number 2 taking the floor as we have a fast and furious event with a couplet between rope climbs and clean and jerks. I'm Chase Ingham. Alongside with me is Bill Grunler. 1 heat down, 3 heats left to go. When you're talking about a total rep scheme of 12, that's a pretty quick event to start things. Well, it's not to start finish things off.
after 6 events.
Well, and what I love when they have these fast and furious endings to the competition. I think that just makes for fun viewing. It really ramps up the intensity and the excitement for sure. Whether you are looking at heat number 1 or you're looking at heat number 4, it just really sets up some really exciting races. And this is going to be a fast race. I mean, it really is. The number of reps that are there are not that. The volume is not that high. We get to see some big barbells being thrown around, which is fun. And it's going to be fast and furious, and we get to see these big guys actually do some really cool stuff. So I hope to see some fun races here.
So the rep scheme we're talking about, it's 4 rope climbs, 4 clean and jerks, into 2 rope climbs, 2 clean and jerks, where the second barbell is heavier than the first one. We saw that on the team side where they had a relay between the two, and the weights being 115 kilos and 125, so 255 and 275 respectively there. And when you look at that weight relative to the athletes in the field, not terribly heavy, but what we said on the team side especially is that that barbell is a lot different than a traditional, I would say, Olympic lifting bar that some of these athletes are used to.
Yeah, there aren't many athletes. I'm not going to say that a lot of them don't have all the pieces of equipment and all the toys, but not everybody has the short bar, and the short bar doesn't have the flex that the more classic Olympic style barbell does. That's one of the things that really helps out Olympic lifters, especially when they have all that weight on there, is you can utilize that flex to help the timing and build some momentum. You don't have that on these short, stiff bars. So it's definitely going to be different. But what we will see here is, because it's so fast, it's definitely going to force people to jump into a rep when they might not be ready. We saw that happen with Christoph Horvath on the team side. So that's a very high probability of something like that happening here as well.
Heat 2 underway, individual men's event number 7. And Bill, as you said, you're going to start at a quick pace or you're going to lose, valuable time on the rest of the field. And I think one thing I do like between, I would say, event 6 and event 7 is that event 6 was kind of a short man's or short woman's workout, where this is a big boy workout.
Oh, it's a big boy workout. Now, maybe it would be a little bit different if it was a legless rope climb, but they just said rope climb. So rope climb and big heavy barbells. So yeah, you get your bigger, more powerful athletes out there. They're the ones that are going to have the advantage as they get into it.
Athletes moving into their first set of 4 clean and jerks.
Now on to his 4th repetition of the 115 kilo barbell.
It looks like Griffin Roll's going back there in the black shirt in the back part of your screen. Now, the thing with Griffin, he's a very strong athlete. He loves heavy barbells, and if he can get that in his hands, he's going to do really, really well. There he is right there in the blue shorts. Again, just doing his thing on the rope climb. Just trying to get through those, because when he really is going to attack is going to be on that barbell.
Two-athlete race. Moving into that second bar. And just 2 reps here.
But Raleigh there in the black t-shirt and blue shorts. Griffin Raleigh there from the U.S. getting ready.
That is Griffin Roll. A little shaky on the lockout, but still keeping pace. We got to advance the bar forward.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that I'm surprised he didn't go right into the jerk. That he didn't just go, out of the rebound from the shoulder straight up overhead. The fact that he had to reset that, I was a little shocked about that. He's a strong cat. Wow, that looked good though.
Griffin Roll a little annoyed with something. I think he got no rep on the bar that he didn't advance forward for that second rep. That may have been the issue for him.
Both of these gentlemen now having to lift the 125 kilo barbell essentially 3 times.
Ooh, jeez.
So failing that rep again, and what we saw there was that, he was in contention against Roll. They had both gotten 1 rep at the same time, but now he's completely lost the last 2 on those no reps.
Well, that's one of the funny things about adding. I think in a lot of programming events, it's either super fast and light, or it's super heavy and you're just doing like, can you get this rep, that 1 rep, whatever. But when you make heavyweight a sprint, it's a really interesting stimulus because it's very easy to step across that line, and then it's kind of like a gymnastic movement. You can't go until you completely recover to get as much power back in the system to get that weight up overhead. So I like when they put some heavy weight in here in a sprint. I think that's a really cool way to put things together.
Kevin Winkins will cross the finish line, and in lanes 2 and 3 above them, Thornton, Bruning, and McKay's Laschek. But it was Griffin Roll, pretty much start to finish. And again, a very fast, quick event, just 4 minutes on the time cap. And up until the very end, it was kind of between Griffin Roll and Elwin Ter-Avest, where Elwin just started to fail that final rep on the bar. And that feeling, that's a snowball feeling effect when you lose 1 rep and then another.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast your confidence goes dropping off the cliff when you miss that one. Especially not that you missed it because of some just like bad pull or something like that, but because like it just didn't go up. Like you couldn't get it up. It just wasn't happening. But I really love that race. I think that it was interesting watching Griffin. He paused a little bit before the very last rope climb that he had to do. So he should have been to the bar first, but he was actually Elwin got to that last bar before he did. They pulled it about the same time, but I think that little bit of rest was just enough for Griffin to really be able to kind of pull that out. And again, I didn't see where the no rep was. I didn't see where he didn't move the bar forward. I saw that there was a shuffle on something, but he really didn't have, even though there was that 1 rep that was just a touch shaky, but he really didn't have an issue with that barbell at all. Just super strong and a great finish for Griffin.
I think you saw just
that
right
was it
there.
Right there. Yep.
But it didn't deter Griffin Roll from taking that heat. Again, this is heat 2 of 4 for individuals event number 7. 2 more heats to go here at the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown.
Finally getting his last rep done as well and taking 3rd place, representing CrossFit Twente.
Welcome to this restream of the 2019 edition. Here's Greg Langto guiding you live from Canada through this heat number 3, position 11 through 20. In lane number 1 from Germany, we're going to find Oscar Gunther. Lane number 2, the most electrifying man out of Ireland, Sam Stewart. Lane number 3 from Germany as well, Moritz Fiebig. In lane 4, Fabian Benito Sayas from Spain. In lane number 5, your 11th place right now on the leaderboard, Tremaine Jensen. In lane 6 from Poland, Wojciech Laschak. In lane 7 from Spain, Javi Bustos. In lane 8, Mikey Steele from United Kingdom. Jacob Mason from the United States is in lane number 9. And closing it in lane 10, Jonah Jones, also from United Kingdom. It doesn't get any better than this. A 4-minute time cap sprint to finish this 3-day competition. We're looking at 4 rope climbs, 4 clean and jerks at 115 kilos. Then 2 rope climbs and 2 clean and jerks at 125 kilos. Time to beat established in the previous heat is 2 minutes and 27 seconds. What a fun event here. I love seeing sprints in competition. And to close out a day, this is what the regionals have served us for years. And here we go. 4 rope climbs.
Our third heat of elite male athletes.
Jacob Mason
Day of competition. And
wasting no time at all
CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. These gentlemen here currently sitting
on
in
his first rope climbs.
Seeing if they can get a top time here in event 7 and crack the top
And
10.
he's going to be the first back to the barbell.
Stepping up to his barbell
4 clean and jerks, and this weight is about 255 pounds. No big deal. Usually for these guys, you're going to see a lot of cleans and push jerks, power cleans and push jerks. Mikey Steele being second to the barbell, chasing Jacob Mason. And Jonah Jones, oh my God, couldn't lock it out, almost fell on his back. Everything is fine. He's going to walk back to the barbell and attempt another clean and jerk. Fabian Benito Sayas is going to be the first back to the rogue rig, jumping on the rope, wasting no time. Sam Stewart from Ireland in lane number 2 is going to be the second one, and Jacob Mason, your early leader, is now sitting in third in this heat. 2 rope climbs and 2 clean and jerks are all that remains for these gentlemen on the floor before closing out the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown.
And right now here comes Fabian Benito Sayas.
Sayas already back to the barbell, and he has 30 seconds to complete 2 clean and jerks.
We're coming up on 2 minutes right now, 2:27, the time to beat, set in that
To
previous
beat
heat by
the time that was established in the previous heat. 1 rep down. 1 to go. Can Fabian Benito Sayas do it? Looking at the clock, and that might cost him some points on the leaderboard. He's going to take the heat. There's no doubt about that. 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Sayas. Not enough to have the time to beat. Stewart's going to take second in that one. 2:38 unofficially. Let's see if Jacob Mason, your early leader, can maintain his third place. Getting the lockout on his second clean and jerk. Running back to the finish mat just under 3 minutes. We have in lane number 3 Moritz Fiebig on his last clean and jerk. Same thing for Mikey Steele. Grabbing the barbell. Squat clean. Couldn't get the lockout. That's heartbreaking. But plenty of time to attempt it. 35 seconds to go before the time cap. These gentlemen struggling with the barbell.
30 seconds left on the clock before our 4-minute time cap.
4 minutes is not a lot of time, but you can still pace it out to make sure you don't gas and can have those 2 clean and jerks done. With 15 seconds to go, it looks like Tremaine Jensen is finishing it up right now. And 3, 2, 1. Heartbreaking for these gentlemen who couldn't complete the load in the time cap, but still outstanding performance. Placing top 20 in a sanctional is nothing to be ashamed of. Fabian Benito Sayas taking the heat in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And time for me to hand the mic to my good friend Armin Hammer, live from Texas. Texas. That was very Canadian of me. For the final heat of event number 7, Elite Male Individuals.
So Fabian taking the heat, but not be able to beat Griffin Raleigh from that previous heat.
All right, folks, here we go. This is it. And by this is it, I mean quite literally, this is it. I'm Armin Hammer. This is the final event of the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown and the final heat of individual men. 4 minutes to do 4 rope climbs, 4 clean and jerks, 2 rope climbs, 2 clean and jerks. It's fast, it's gritty, it's heavy, it's brutal, and it's going to be very entertaining. In this heat, we've got the top athletes, the best of the best here competing, all looking for that win, for that spot at the CrossFit Games. So here we go, folks. Lane number 1, we got Fernando Yaneza. Lane number 2, Zach George. Lane number 3, AJ Visser. Lane number 4, Georgios Karavis. Lane number 5, Cedric Lapointe. Lane number 6, Ryan Souter. Lane number 7, John Colty. Lane number 8, Victor Longsved. Lane number 9, Lago Giraldis. My bad. Giraldis. Lago Giraldis. And lane number 10, Jake Berman. This is a very fast, heavy, technical workout. And it's going to challenge these athletes aggressively. We're going to see a bunch of different approaches here, a bunch of different strategies, many different levels of capacity, really, when we're looking at these combinations, something like a high gymnastics skill movement, rope climbs, and heavy barbells. The stronger athletes in the field, Zach George, absolutely. He's one of the bigger and stronger athletes. Eyes for sure got to be on Cedric Lapointe and Ryan Souter and Georgios Karavis. These are our top athletes coming into this workout. These are the athletes for whom this could be a spot to the CrossFit Games. And there is Cedric Lapointe in the red shirt, black bandana, headband, and the blonde hair. There's Zach George. Struggled a little bit in the previous events. Those GHD sit-ups and pistols did not play to his favor.
Still has a shot of winning the championship here.
Athletes are getting ready.
But that would mean Cedric Lapointe and Ryan Souter have to mess up pretty bad here in this event and end up at the bottom of the leaderboard.
John Colty, rocking a pink shirt, it looks like. Really jamming out.
After their weekend,
he's ready for it.
Not likely.
Cedric Lapointe there on your screen.
And they're off. 4 rope climbs, 4 clean and jerks, 2 rope climbs, 2 clean and jerks is all that remains on a long weekend of competition. And these athletes are rip-roaring and ready to put the cherry on top of the ice cream sundae that has been this competitive weekend for them. First few athletes getting to the barbell, John Colty, Cedric Lapointe. There's Ryan Souter.
After that first clean, it is
Cedric Lapointe.
Colty looking incredibly strong here.
Just a half step in front of Ryan Souter,
leading the charge. 3 very strong clean and jerks with just 1 remaining. He's followed closely by Cedric Lapointe and Ryan Souter right behind him. Colty moving back for his 2 rope climbs. He is murdering this workout.
only individual athlete here on the field that has been to the CrossFit Games as an individual before. He went there in 2018.
There's a good chance that Colty makes it back
John Colty going legless to get himself up the
before. There you go. Ryan Souter's the only athlete to get back there before Colty got back for his barbell. Really, really impressive out of John Colty. 90 seconds in, he's already onto his second to last rep of the entire workout.
275 pounds. It's a good clean for Colty.
Strong clean and jerk. Souter coming back for his last 2 clean and jerks, closely followed by Cedric Lapointe.
just to make sure he really gets that bar nicely on his shoulders.
But all eyes on John Colte in that pink shirt. Salmon-colored shirt? Yeah, you get it. Oh, and he misses. He misses that final jerk. If he had just taken a second there. Ryan Souter creeping up behind him. Now Souter and Colte neck and neck. That final lift is all that remains. Souter with the power clean. Colte with the squat clean. Colte misses another jerk. And Souter gets it. Sliding to the finish. Wow. Wow. Looks like he just barely edged out Zach George there. Wow. What an impressive performance. Colte's still out on the floor. Souter doing exactly what he needs to do in order to claim his spot.
Taking second place in the heat.
A very close 1 and 2 between Zach.
Now Colte finishing up, but several athletes passed him up on that final rep. And there is the knife's edge of performance. I mean, you ride it, and you ride it real tight. Cedric Lapointe still on the floor with his final clean and jerk. Not one of the stronger athletes. Georges Caravis right next to him in the black. Caravis successful on his final lift. Lapointe misses it with just 30 seconds remaining before the time cap.
And with 30 seconds on the clock, we might be seeing Cedric Lapointe losing.
And there's all smiles out of AJ Visser.
Here for the elite men at the CrossFit Lowlands.
And Cedric Lapointe finds himself in an unfamiliar place, not in first. He's been doing so well over the weekend. And for it all to just kind of rest on these last set of clean and jerks that just are not there. Great performance still. Clearly something to work on. And congratulations to Mr. Ryan Souter. That's very, very impressive performance. Sneaking up on John Colte at the very end there, taking it. Capitalizing on Colte's missed reps. Super impressive, very strong, calm under pressure, executing exactly how he needed to.
So I know it was a year ago, but kind of take me back. How was that whole experience for you standing at the top of the podium?
Yeah, really testing my memory here, but yeah, it was definitely unexpected. Like,
really,
if I had to use one word, it'd be unexpected. Because 6 months prior to that, I had just gotten back from basic training, and so me and my coach were like, "All right, what's the goal for the year?" And the goal was to qualify for sanctional. That's it, just get there. And so I qualified, I think, in like 6th place. I was like, maybe I could podium, like if training goes well. So the goal was the podium, but expectations were, just kind of like a side thing. I just wanted to like do my best in each event, as corny as that sounds. That was my goal, and I did that and put myself in a position to win, and it was surreal. Yeah, so it was good.
Coming back from basic and having only 6 months to prepare is not like the typical training cycle that most of you elite athletes go through in order to get ready for a big event like that. What did you have to do in that 6-month period to really ramp up to that event?
So the biggest thing I did was got a coach, someone that was smarter than me and knew what I needed to do better than I knew myself. So his name's Al. He coaches a bunch of brute strength athletes. He's a brute coach. But we worked a lot on like aerobic capacity because I played football in college. And so like the strength stuff came easy to me, but the aerobic stuff did not. For example, the first event at Lowlands was a mile run for time, and I PR'd by like 30 seconds. And I was like super happy, but it was like 18th place for that event. I'm like, man, these guys are good.
Yeah.
So like that was not a great start. But yeah, we worked on a lot of aerobic stuff, and obviously it ended up paying off. But it was more so of a test just to see where I was. And yeah, it was a surprise, but a lot of aerobic stuff definitely helped.
Take me back through some of the events. Obviously, you said not a super strong start, but I mean, things turned around pretty quickly. What were some of the other moments that you really felt yourself pull ahead, or at least gain the confidence to pull ahead?
I would say event 2, honestly. So event 1 didn't go well. Okay, went well, but the placing wasn't great. So I was like, that's all right. You did your best. Let's do it again on event 2. And event 2 was a shorter one. It was a sandbag event. I forget exactly the rep scheme. It was like 12, 9, 6, something like that with like a sprint in between. So like, this is perfect. Like, this is where I can get points. So I won that event. I'm like, all right. And I jumped, I think, all the way to like 3rd, I think it was. So yeah, that gave me a lot of confidence. Like, all right, I can hang. So just take my points where I can get them and minimize damage where I can too. So
how much do you as a competitor rely on the leaderboard and your point spread and things like that throughout the competition? Sometimes we talk to athletes who like completely ignore it and they don't want to know where they are until the very last day. Do you pay attention? Does that help? Or do you sort of like not go there?
I don't think it helps, but I definitely pay attention. More so lack of discipline. But yeah, I definitely pay attention. And I think, yeah, I don't know. If you have a good mindset, like, it doesn't hurt you. But if you're too worried about it, it can definitely hurt you. I think my coach got me in a good mindset going into it to where it didn't affect me. Because my goal for each event was, all right, I know what I got in training, and now I know what I'm capable of. Let's just do that, and the rest will take care of itself.
Last season was really the first time we had seen this sort of like sanctionals to games pathway for the athletes. I mean, going through it and standing on the top of the leaderboard, how did that affect your mindset for the rest of the season, knowing, you know, the big things you had to come?
Right. Honestly, it was a hard, mind adjustment because I didn't expect to make it to the games. My goal for the past 4 or 5 years was to get to the games, but I didn't know if it was really possible. Mm-hmm. So once I achieved that, I was like, oh shoot, like now I have to train for the games.
Shoot.
So it was weird, honestly. But after a week of kind of letting it sink in, I got hungry again and was really excited. So that was like the most fun summer I've ever had training for that. And of course, Lowlands was like one of the last sanctionals, so I only had a month and a half, 2 months to train for it. So it wasn't a long time to really think about it.
Yeah, you had to get comfortable with the idea of going to games real quick.
Real quick. Yeah, I had no time to waste. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And then obviously we've seen a huge shakeup in CrossFit and in the world in the last year. So just give us a little bit of insight into what these last few months of, lockdown quarantine have been for you and what does your CrossFit career look like moving forward?
Right. Yeah. So the last few months, honestly, I've just been working a lot. I work for a moving company. So I'm put me on every day if we have jobs. And so I've just been trying to save up money. So when all this clears up, I can take time off and train full time. So just trying to prepare myself for when it does open back up and I can train. So the last few months I haven't been training too much, enough to keep me sane, but not like typical CrossFit Games training.
Okay. How fast do you think you could ramp up again if you needed
to? 6 months.
We know you can do it in 6 months. The question is, will you have 6 months moving forward, I guess?
Right. So that's the precedent, 6 months. So I would say, just to build that volume, it takes time. I would say very quickest 4 months, and the very longest 6 months would be a good time frame for me, I think.
Nice. Well, congrats again on your big win last year and best of luck in the future.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Perfect. Just like that.
Yeah.
Of females.
The individual women will take the floor for the final time here at the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown. I'm Chase Ingham with Bill Grundler, and we are finished things off in a very fast and very heavy way for this final event with rope climbs and heavy clean and jerks.
You know, we've been watching it with the teams. We've watched it with the men. It's just a very aggressive final event. It's setting up for some, you know, we want to say it's fast and furious. It's not that it's fast because that weight is heavy. The rope climbs are kind of the rope climbs. I mean, maybe we'll see a little bit more of a factor here with the women than we did with the men, but the barbells are heavy. So for some of the smaller athletes out there, this is going to be a tough way to finish their weekend. For some of the larger athletes, the stronger athletes out there, they're going to be able to go home with a smile on their face. So I want to see some big barbells be tossed around by these ladies.
And in terms of the barbell weight itself, on the team side, and I believe it's the same matching up on the women's, that is 80 kilos on the first bar, which is about 176 pounds. And on the second bar, 90 kilos, and that's just under 200 pounds on that bar. But as we said on the teams and on the men's side, that short bar changes the lift entirely. So when you're looking at that number on paper, understand that it actually makes a huge difference with that short bar.
In lane 3 is Lauren Cogdale. Lane 4 is Nancy Bedard.
Heat 1 is off for rope climbs for the women.
Lane 6 is Amelia Vihantola. Lane 7 is Sarah Postema.
And I have to say, I'm really kind of shocked, even with a lot of the athletes that I've been seeing here on the team side, on the men's side, and even with the ladies here. I'm really surprised that we aren't seeing a lot more of a lean back, really pulling those legs up as high as they can. There's really no reason that they should be taking, you know, four strokes up that rope to get to the top, no matter how tall they are. Everyone should be able to do that at this point.
Do you attribute that to being maybe the shorter rep scheme and they're trying to go faster, where that lean back, although it takes longer to do, shortens the length of the entire climb itself? And maybe
I mean,
pace.
I think there's maybe an element of that. You know, we did see some of the men doing more of almost a legless rope climb to get going, which is, you know, okay, if you're going to race through here, that's fine. But if you're going to race through here and then you get to the bar and you stand there, well, then that race on the rope really didn't do anything. It kind of negated itself. So I'd say save your pulling for the heavy barbell stuff. I mean, keep your arms as straight as you can. Jump up nice and high. Pull those knees up nice and high. You know, the AKA Rich Froning style, almost going upside down. So you can save that pull for these big barbells, because that's really where you need it, and that's where you're going to make up a ton of time.
Athletes moving to the bar for the first time, and you're starting to see how heavy that weight is getting for these female athletes. We had about 2 or 3 misses on the first attempt alone.
They're at the top of your screen in the white tank top and army green.
And what I'm seeing here on the floor, that was Linda in the all black. In lane number 9 there was a fail. It's just not really committing underneath that bar.
And she finished 10th.
You know, a lot of power clean and jerks, especially on the men's side. This is some of the early squat cleans we've seen, and that
But she went for it. That was commitment. I'll give it to her for that. I mean, that was a great attempt. But look at what's, I don't say it's funny. That's not the right word. Look at how much activity is happening on the floor right now. So all those ladies got through those rope climbs. Now they're to the barbell, and there's a lot of standing around. Now we only have 90 seconds left to go here. And a lot of these women, everyone has tried the bar once. Maybe they got it once, but they're just hanging out because they need maximum power and maximum recovery before they even go into that lift.
Just shifting a little bit onto her toes at the bottom of that clean and just misses it. Can't stand the bar up.
There you have your first athlete with just a minute left to go. So 4 rope climbs followed by 4 clean and jerks at the 80 kilo weight.
Able to get back to begin her round of 2s. Seward coming here from the Netherlands, a local athlete, and you can hear as the crowd gets behind her.
Wow, barbells are just falling down all over the place.
She is there in the corner. Now in the middle of your screen, white tank top, army green.
Now just 30 seconds. So they move from 4-4 to 2-2. The weight jumps up to 90 kilos.
25 seconds left.
And in lane 2, that's Rosali Suro. And she's one of those athletes that actually had that struggle with the handstand walk in event 6. So she kind of gets a little retribution with being the only one to be able to handle this bar in this heat. But that'll do it right at that 4-minute cap. So in heat 1, only one athlete even got to the second barbell, and that is Suro in lane number 2. And, you know, I'm not surprised to see that at the end of the weekend, this being the first heat of 4, that, you know, these are some of the athletes that aren't, you know, quite to the level yet, as you'll see in that final heat.
Yeah, it's heavy. And a lot of the women, you could tell when they were coming out onto the floor, it was kind of like there was a lot of this. Well, okay, let's see what happens today. You know, and I think that that's okay. I mean, this is supposed to be, you know, a qualifier for the CrossFit Games. It's not wrong to have a heavy weight, you know, because yes, those weights are heavy, but as we get into some of these, you know, later heats, as we get into the true finals, those women are going to be able to move that barbell nice and easy. So those are the athletes that you want to be able to go to games. You don't want to have an athlete qualifying out of your competition, going to the games, and are unable to move a decently weighted barbell like this. So, you know, I feel bad for these women that they had to struggle with it on their last event, but hey, they got to go shoulder to shoulder with a heavy final, and, you know, go for it, man. That's awesome.
Here we can see the first.
But, you know, as we got into the that first rope climb, there was a lot of hesitation, a lot of short pulling, a lot of extra strokes on that rope trying to get up and over. But you could just see how heavy that barbell was. I mean, all just crushed her right back down into the ground. But look at it, she got a smile on her face. Even when she went back for that second set of rope climbs, it was like, hey, I made it. All right. So, you know, way to finish the weekend for all those ladies.
All right, that will do it with Heat 1 for the individual women for their final event for event number 7. Heat 2 coming up.
This second heat of female athletes getting ready to attack event number 7.
So 4 rope climbs, 4 clean and jerks,
like the rope climb or they like the barbell.
2 rope climbs, 2 clean and jerks, 4-minute time cap.
Both movements traditionally just a little bit harder for the female athletes.
Action-packed sprint to round out the weekend for those ladies.
As we saw in that last heat, the ladies were going relatively slow compared to the men before them.
Just a few moments before go time, and here we are.
Female athletes finished this event than we saw on the male side of the competition.
Europe's best athletes, Europe's finest, are on the competition floor right now. Lohman already has 2 rope climbs down.
Female athletes, 10 athletes on the floor currently. In lane 1 is Kendra Pennings. Lane 2 is Oriana Martinez.
And as we saw with the men, yes, it's a sprint, but you still have to learn to pace yourself through that. 6 rope climbs in such a short amount of time is absolutely no joke. And these barbells can be very, very heavy. The second barbell has caused a lot of troubles to even the fittest man in the world. All working out, competing in the Netherlands this weekend.
Were Marina Fedenko and Gwenny Lohman. They're tied at 21st place with 242 points. And Belinda Becker, who's sitting in 20th place, is only 2 points ahead of these 2 athletes.
Jessica Vetter getting to her barbell. And it seems like Agatha Herbert is leading the charge.
And it is 3 clean and jerks down.
Down to her final clean and jerk.
Herbert there in the center of your screen now. Black pants, black top. This bar.
If you're able to finish the first part of this workout, done with the first barbell at around 2 minutes, that means you can be able to finish the workload inside the time cap, making fast transitions, not thinking too much below that rope and jumping right in. That's exactly what Herbert is doing right now. Already one rope climb done. Want to make sure the hands are making contact with the rope below the black tape. And chasing Herbert is Pergola in lane number 10. Italian athlete.
See if Agatha Herbert will give herself enough time.
And Linda Keishman.
We got 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Herbert there being redirected by her
Also
judge.
chasing her.
She has to go around and make sure she goes over the barbells.
You want to make sure to stay in your lane. And Herbert, with 1 minute to go, is the first female of this heat getting to the final barbell. Fortunately, missing the power clean. And we saw the fittest individuals here on the male side tackling this workout, going into full squats just to make sure not to fail a rep. 30 seconds to go.
Right now we have Linda Kiesman.
On the other side of the field, we also
Successful power clean for Linda Keschman from Netherlands. 1 rep, and it looks like she is going to take this heat. 10 seconds to go. One final clean and jerk for Keishman.
8 seconds now on the clock.
And she's all smiles saying no. Fortunately, not going to happen. Linda Keishman taking the heat of this final elite female individual event.
Your Heat 2 winner.
That was heat number 2. Time for me to pass on the mic to my good friend Chase Ingraham for heat number 3.
So this second barbell is proving to be a formidable opponent for these athletes. Only 1 successful rep out of 2 heats so far in this female elite division. As we see these athletes here move through these rope climbs and cleans. Heat 2. It was Agatha Herbert earlier on in the lead after the first round, and then she struggled with that heavier bar, and that gave Linda Kiesman a
Finishing up heat number 2 highlights as we are getting set for heat number 3 for the individual women for event number 7. I'm Chase Ingram with Bill Grunler, and we have been calling the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown all weekend long, and we are excited to give you guys the final heat that we will be calling for the individual women for heat number 3 of the 4-4-2-2 rope clean and jerk couplet. We haven't had any athletes get through that first bar and get at least one into the second one. Maybe in this heat we might see one.
Maybe. Ladies, do you have one for us? Yeah, I will say this. It's great that it's a quote-unquote sprint time-wise. It's a 4-minute time cap, but it really comes down to let's have these athletes move some heavy weight around. The rope climb is the rope climb, and I think that we see women are doing the rope. They're just trying to get through them because it's really all about the barbells, and we haven't seen any of the women that have been able to handle the barbell without a problem. The ones that have even made it to that second barbell weight have just been kind of pushed right back down into the earth. So hopefully in this particular heat, we'll get a couple of these ladies that can make their way through that second bar and put up a time for that final heat to compare to.
And those two barbell weights, 80 kilos on the first bar, 90 on the second, about 175, close to 200 pounds for the second bar. So it's a pretty heavy bar with that short bar. We've said this multiple times so far, but that short bar changes. It feels heavier. I know I've used it before, and that clean didn't feel as easy as it should have with those tiny bars.
Right. And I hate that, like, especially when you know that, then you have that mental issue that you have to deal with going into that bar. You go to pick it up and you're like, just as it's coming up off the ground, this does not feel like that weight. Does not feel like that weight.
It's bad when I get to mid shin. I'm like, no shot. Heat number 3 underway, and they'll start with 4 rope climbs to a 15-foot target. The same rope rep scheme as we saw on the men's side. This is heat 3. One more heat to go to determine who the female champion will be for the 2019 Lowlands Throwdown. We've seen a lot of fast work on the first 4 reps, but when we get to that first barbell, things tend to change.
Yeah, and I think that the weight is drawing everyone's attention, and so they're missing where they could be saving a lot of efficiency on those rope climbs. They're using their arms way more than they need to instead of saving it for the barbell. That was a nice clean lift there. No issue with that weight so far.
Your early leader, Anastasia Vladimirova.
Nice.
That's 2 reps in, so she's making pretty good work of that first bar, although she does have some company in those middle lanes.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these women have a lot of speed under that bar. That's one of the things with the Olympic lifts. They talk about that explosiveness and that speed, but the speed is always not it coming up off the ground, but how fast you can push yourself down or get yourself under that bar. And all of these women, just as we look across the floor, there's a lot of speed going from that bar coming off the shoulders, and when they dip themselves under that bar in that locked out arm position.
We have the rest of the field trying to get through these 4 reps. Anastasia, all the way over in lane number 2, is now onto her 2 rope climbs. Now, if you look in the upper part of your screen, we are approaching the 2-minute mark. These ladies are not only racing each other, but they are racing a very tight time cap of 4 minutes. So we just have 2 minutes left to go here in event number 7.
And as you were saying earlier, there hasn't been any women that have been able to really do anything into that second barbell. So this is an open field for these ladies to try to put something into work. This isn't going to get them to the games, but it does allow them to have a strong finish as they exit this weekend, but then also really kind of affect some of the other women that are up on top of that podium spot trying to get to the games.
And that will be our first made lift of that second bar at the 90-kilo weight for Anastasia in lane number 2. And over to her side, Emily Tonnetzen. So we now have 3 female athletes in the second bar as Vladimirova gets a no rep. And we saw how costly that could be in terms of time and fatigue. We saw that happen on the team side. And that may have opened the door.
Oh my gosh. Again, that's not that, that's that commitment. Now you can see Anastasia all on the right-hand side of your screen in the all black. Yeah, there it is. She's happy about that. Now the miss that she had, it was just out in front of her, and she wasn't able to kind of, run underneath it. So that's why she missed that one. She also really held it on that shoulder position way longer than I thought that she would have.
20 seconds to go before we reach that 4-minute cap. We see a lot of these ladies get the first rep and then struggle with that back-to-back second one at this 90-kilo bar. And with just 3 seconds to go, it looks like we might have 2 female athletes finish in this third heat. with still one more heat to go. But from start to finish, it was Anastasia Vladimirova who got all the way through the bar into the last one, got the first one, missed the second one, but had enough time to get that third attempt, completing her second rep and getting the heat win.
Yeah, and I really like the way she was able to execute all the way through that entire event. Great on the rope climbs, had a nice pace. You know, again, I think she could have saved a little bit more of that pulling power and kept those arms straight a lot longer. Used her legs a lot more, lean back as we were talking about earlier, because there was plenty of time for her to rest and recover as she got to the barbell. So don't worry about trying to race that and do those short, choppy, ups and downs. But great work on the barbell. No problem with that first barbell at all. That one little mess up in the second barbell was just the fact that it was out in front. But there's a lot of power in that athlete. So she used it, and then what a great way to finish. You could tell she was pretty fired up at the end as well.
I think, coming into it, there might be, you have the confidence of what you can do. If you're strong, you're strong. But sometimes seeing two heats of full failure across the ones before you may shake you just a little bit.
I mean, I think there's definitely that. Or you're just thinking, if you got that positive mindset, oh, they all suck. I'm awesome. I'm going to make that happen. And Anastasia, she just did that. I mean, she looked powerful all the way through. Even with the miss, it wasn't big. It was just because it was out of position. So great finish for her. Great weekend for her. And what a way to set that up for that final heat.
Good way to.
Taking third place. Only 3 females that have finished this.
Welcome to this very final heat. Elite female individual event number 7. Very last heat of the weekend for all action on the restream of the 2019 CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown presented by Reebok. In lane number 1, United Kingdom's very own Emily Dwyer. In lane number 2 from Sweden, Anna Vigadal. In lane number 3 from Belgium, Siri Ramesmo. In lane number 4 from United States, Hilary Steele. In lane number 5 from Belgium, Manon Anganez. In lane number 7, your overall leader from Sweden, Alice Mille. In lane 7 from Sweden as well, Filippa Firm. In lane number 8 from United States, Whitney Stephenson. In lane number 9 from Germany, Nina Kuhler. And in lane 10 from United Kingdom, Tyler Howe. Our top 10 ladies, very different from event number 6. This last event has caused quite the shake-up on the leaderboard. And you know the event if you've been tuning in on the past heats. 4-minute time cap. 4 rope climbs, 4 clean and jerks, 2 rope climb, and 2 heavier clean and jerks. We had a very tight race from position 3 to 7. And that event number 6 shaked everything up. And now these spots are all up for grabs. Alice Mille and Manon Aganez are comfortable in positions 1 and 2. Let's see how it goes. These ladies going up for their first rope climb. On the way down, they have to make it very clear that both the hands are touching the rope below this black tape. You want to make sure not to hold on too long to that rope, not to create too much tension in the shoulders. And from watching the previous heats, you know that these shoulders are going to be much needed for these heavy jerks coming up. Manon Agana is the first of securing a clean and jerk. Alice Mille also securing hers. And these two ladies have a race to finish. They have been racing against one another all weekend long here at the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. Manon Organize, third clean and jerk successful. Alice Mile as well.
The winner gets 100 points. Second place gets 90.
The time to beat has been established in the previous heat by Anastasia Vladimirova. 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Both Organize and Alice Mile are well ahead of that pace right now. Organize has such a perfect technique on these rope climbs.
Making her way up for her final repetition of the rope climb.
She is securing her second repetition, sprinting back to the barbell, looking to get an event win and finish this weekend on a strong note. But Alice Mile is right behind her. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a race.
Let's see how these two athletes attack it. Now they're side by side on your screen.
Failing her first power clean. That opens the door for Alice Mile, getting her first rep. Very easily, Manon Organize, a second failed attempt on her clean and jerk, opening the door for an event win. Dominant performance by Alice Mile, just like all weekend long. She still has about 45 seconds to secure her last clean and jerk and get another event win and confirm her spot to the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. Alice Mile, she knows it. The smile and celebration of happiness and satisfaction. What an outstanding execution all weekend long by Alice Mile. And Manon Organize did what she had to do. She gave everything all weekend long, and in this event as well. She needed to go all out and try to beat Alice Mile on this event to get the ticket. And oh, heartbreaking no rep. Couldn't get the lockout. 30 seconds now to go for Manon Organize to finish on a strong note. Get those two clean and jerks in. Another no rep. 15 seconds to go now for Taylor Howe. The second female in this heat trying to finish. 5 seconds, not going to be enough. And that's all she wrote for the elite female individual. What a great heat. To round out such a great weekend, great camaraderie by these competitors, and Alice Mile still speechless, very emotional. She is getting the invite from the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown to the Reebok CrossFit Games. Thank you for sticking with us all weekend, folks. Greg Longto here. On behalf of myself, all the team at CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown, Arm & Hammer, Nicole Brazier, Bill Grundler, and Chase Ingraham. See you all very soon and take care. Have a good weekend.